and former President of Population Association of Pakistan. Followed by this, we will have a question-answer session, and then 2 sessions on remarks by chair and the co-chair of this session, Dr. G.M. Arif Saab and Dr. Nausheen Mahmood. And following this, we'll end the session. So I think this is an important topic. All important terms in this conference as well as in this session are often seen in negative connotation: migration, population, and brain drain. So a lot hype is there, particularly these days when our economic situation is not working quite good, and we often see in the media and newspapers that a lot of qualified Pakistanis are going, and this is the brain drain, and a lot of these things which are a matter of concern for many Pakistanis. So hopefully today we'll have an enlightened discussion. We'll understand what is brain drain, what is migration, and is it all bad and the way it is presented, or there are other aspects to it. So I think with this small introduction to the session, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Sanaullah Khan, who's professor of practice at NUST, to present his research on migration and brain drain from Pakistan, a barrier to sustainable development. Again, the title is with negative connotation, but we would like to see how it is. Thank you, Dr. Saab, over to you.
Inshallah, I'll do it. ये नहीं चलेगा? अच्छा, ठीक है. Okay. Respected chair and esteemed colleagues, Assalamu alaikum. This is my proud privilege to talk about migration and brain drain from Pakistan as a barrier to sustainable development of Pakistan. We are aware that population has been a pivotal element in development of national power. All a well-developed population, that is the human capital, acts as a catalyst to optimize all other resources that are there, that these are deployed for sustainable socio-economic development of a country. Pakistan, with about 240 million population, ranks 5th in the world, yet its economy is 42nd amongst the community of the nation. This is indicative of one thing, that whether we are resource rich and skill poor country or not. One more indication that top 5 countries of the world, their contribution in the global economy is over 43%, whereas Pakistan, which is the 5th largest country, its contribution in the global economy is point. Again, this indicates that whether we will be able to meet the sustainable development goals or not. So this brings me to the research question. Not working. The research question is, how does phenomena of brain drain impact Pakistan's ability to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030? There are 17 goals. However, I am looking at only 4 goals, that is SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, and SDG 9. Next. Okay, for this, my theoretical perspective is that I have used 2 theories. One is human capital, that argues that investment in education, training, and health enhances individuals' productivity, leading to economic growth. This is directly leading to those 4 goals that I have selected. Next is the pull and push theory, renowned, developed by Ravenstein. So there are 2 factors. One is the push factors. These are the conditions that drive people to leave home countries because of poor governance, deteriorating law and order situation, lack of social justice, equality, and unhealthy environment for entrepreneurship. Political stability. Political, economic, and social stability, these are interconnected in a chain, whereas a change in one often influences the others also. This relationship is especially evident in the context of governance, societal well-being, and development. The pull factors are the conditions to attract people to new areas, including, that is, greener pastures, equitable return of their hard work, social economic security, and quality of life. I have collected the, since it's a qualitative study, and it is case study of Pakistan, the data is collected from primary sources are focus group discussions, and then the secondary data I have obtained from various reports, including media reports, and time series data from Bureau of Immigration and Overseas Employment, that is available. And then data from SDGs has been obtained from Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives, and their latest report of Sustainable Development report at 2024. Okay. The data of Bureau of Immigration, that gives categories, that is about 41 categories of the professionals that leave Pakistan. However, these are those who get the permission and permit from the Immigration, Bureau of Immigration and Overseas Employment. So I have selected only 9 occupations or 9 professions that impact the brain drain, or I call them the brain drain because they will affect those 4 SDGs that I have selected. For example, agriculturist linked to SDG 2, that is food security, then doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff, pharmacists, they impact good health and well-being. Then engineers, surveyors, technicians, IT professionals, they impact SDG 9, and teachers, that is quality of education, that is SDG 4. Okay, Pakistan's performance in SDG, that this is a report of Sustainable Development report by Planning Commission or Planning Ministry. So during last 4 years, data shows that in SDG 2, that is no hunger, we are stagnant, we are not progressing. In SDG 3, likewise, we are again stagnant. In SDG 4, quality education, actually we are going down. And there is just moderate improvement in SDG 9, that is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Okay, once a little details about SDG 2 and our analysis that we did through NVivo. So SDG 2, there are various indicators, and all indicators are negative. All indicators are negative except cereal yield that in fact is positive. Rest every other indicator is negative. The thematic analysis of SDG 2, and because of the impact of migration of talent, is that our impact on of talent exodus on agriculture is, there are 4 themes that I have derived from the data regarding the migration and brain drain. So, and from these 4 themes, there are sub-themes. The major 4 themes are that impact of talent exodus on agriculture is that there is impact on resilient farming, there is limited technological advancement, and food security. Okay, SDG 3 is gold health and well-being. I'll just go on to the thematic analysis. The themes emerge is that the 4 themes: inequality and in excess of healthcare, shortage of critical health staff. Amongst the brain drain, mostly it is the agriculturists and doctors and engineers who are leaving the country. So they directly impact the well-being and health. Regarding SDG 4, that is quality education, now loss of educator and researchers, they impact decline in quality of the faculty, and then limited innovation in education is there. And of course, that sets in the gap in knowledge transfer, besides other themes and sub-themes. It's not moving forward. Okay, then I move to SDG 9. That industry, innovation and infrastructure, and mainly it is because of the exodus of talented people, especially in the IT, engineers and managers. So that impacts the technological stagnation and the productivity that we could do from the IT. And it has, of course, impact on the innovation as well. Okay, findings why brain drain happens. There are 6 themes, and then further sub-themes. The human capital is considered as a missed opportunity, And because our young population that is under 30 years of age, that we boast that they are our great resource. So they are being disillusioned, and likewise the unemployment rate amongst the educated and degree holders is the most as compared to non-degree holders. Findings, just the qualitative thing, that migration and brain drain, it is a highly complex phenomena. We cannot attribute that these are set of reasons that cause brain drain because there are various terminologies being discussed. For example, they say that it is a brain circulation. Pakistanis go abroad as they are as that of Indians, and they will become Pakistani diaspora, and that once the brain comes back, we get advantage from them. The push factors are more to blame because our youth has become disillusioned and they want to just leave. My final submission is that migration of talented human resource, that is brain drain, it impacts Pakistan's capacity to achieve SDGs by 2030. Thank you. I did it in time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for being in time and giving us some important insights on the topic. I think we are talking about brain drain, but still we want to understand what is brain drain and how we define it, how we measure it, and then ultimately how we manage it, not necessarily discouraging, but actually managing it. So for this, I would request our first panelist, Dr. Nasara M. Shah. She will be hopefully telling us about these things in a more data-driven and enlightened way. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Over to you.
Fine. Naji, I'll finish on time. So what I'm going to do, Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thanks for coming to this session. So what I'm going to do this morning, I'm going to try to define and measure and discuss how we measure how I think we measure brain drain in Pakistan, and I'll talk about whether we are measuring it accurately or not, or whether we are actually misrepresenting the data, and so on. So, yeah, I'll just go ahead. Yeah, the next one. Okay, so let's look at the context. The context is basically migration as a large-scale phenomenon goes back to the early 70s, when Pakistan started sending large-scale workers on a large scale to the Gulf region. Prior to that, there's always been migration from the country to, from Pakistan to other countries as permanent migrants, and that migration has gone on. We may have estimates, but we don't have a system where we systematically actually count how many are leaving on an annual basis. And I'll say more about that in a minute. Okay, so if we focus primarily on the data that are collected, the main body in Pakistan that is collecting information on migration is on temporary labor migration, and that data is being collected by the Bureau of Overseas Pakistanis and Employment, BEOE. So basically, when we look at the last since 2010, so what we see is that there are fluctuations in even the last 15 years or so. That it's not a flat line, we're not sending the same number of people. And so, can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Yeah. So here I show you from 2010 to 2023. And it's very clear very quickly that there are yearly big fluctuations, not small fluctuations. And so in 2015, almost 1 million Pakistanis left the country, labor migrants left the country after registering with the BEOE, because that is a requirement that they are supposed to register with the BEOE, or they will not be able to leave at the airport, because they have to have a stamp in their passport which says that they've been cleared to leave by the BEOE. Okay, and then recently, because of the COVID, so then the numbers were coming down even before COVID, and they were around 500,000. And then 600,000. Then during COVID, there was a dip because, as we all know, there were no flights, people were actually losing jobs, and so that was a period when there was a decline to the order of around 200,000, 300,000. Then, once COVID, things came back to normal, then things returned to sort of the pre-COVID period. So the 832,000 labor migrants and the 862. Now, this suddenly caught a lot of media attention and created a lot of media hype around this massive outflow of 800,000 persons from the country, and without saying, and people made statements like that it tripled, that outflows tripled from in a couple of years, and they very quickly blamed it on the deteriorating political and economic situation within the country. Now, all of that might be true to some degree, but we've got to look the main reason for this increase was because things became normal again, and we returned to the pre-COVID situation. Can you move to the next slide? Okay. Now, so I believe that when we label all of these 800,000 people as a brain drain, which I have read in many, many articles, that they quote this figure and label it as, and by saying that, oh, Pakistan is going to be brain dead if people continue to leave at this rate and so on. So we've got to put it in context and understand it more deeply rather than looking at this number and raise this alarmist reaction. Okay. Now, in fact, when we look back to the last 50 years, and I'm not showing you that slide, but I've done that work, that since 1970, the percentage of highly skilled and highly qualified workers who are leaving the country is not more than, it hovers around 5 to 6%. And in 2023, this percentage was 8%. Okay, so it went up marginally. Now, whether we can raise an alarm about that, in my opinion, no. Next slide, please. Okay, so if we look at the semi-skilled and unskilled, now that's the main, our unskilled and semi-skilled are the main categories leaving. And as at the dinner last night, Dr. Arif pointed out that ever since this migration started taking place, the pattern of that this level, the skill level has not changed much. Okay, so can you go to the next one? These are the numbers, and this is the percent. So this tiny green bit at the bottom is the highly skilled and highly qualified. Okay. So therefore, and the 5 major occupations that we are sending overseas, the biggest one is a plain laborer. Okay, this blue section, 44%, are simply laborers or helpers. The second most important is drivers, about 23%, and then others come in. And I've already shown you. So, I mean, my worry is that this pool that we are sending overseas, actually, we're not sending enough highly qualified. Okay. So therefore, my objective is to clarify the definition of brain drain and challenge the accuracy of the current arguments in light of the above, of the data that I've just shown you. Next. 5 minutes? Okay. So now the thing is that I'm going to define brain drain as the movement of highly skilled and highly qualified persons from their home country to another country. Okay? And I already mentioned where we get the data from. Now, the BOE does not cover certain categories. And you might say that that's because we are not, we don't know. And we really don't know what that number is. Because if someone goes overseas and finds a job there, they're not counted in the BOE data. And so we don't know what that number is. And there are other categories where we don't know, but in my judgment on this, having looked at this for years, is that those numbers are not phenomenal. Those numbers are not huge. Next, please. Okay, so the BOE includes these categories. As the highly qualified are your accountants, computer analysts, doctors, engineers, pharmacists, manager, nurse, and teacher. So this is the categorization at the present time that I got from the BO, where they this is how they define. Next, please. Okay. Now, what we've done is, for example, let's take the doctors. So the stock of doctors, one way to look at this is that what percent of the stock that we have, and this is, so there are about 315,000 licensed physicians and dentists in the country. And in the year 2023, about 1% of them left the country. Okay, and you can see for the pharmacists and nurses and engineers and so on. And for the accountant is a very strange category, because accountants are not necessarily chartered accountants. They can be at very mid-level, even low level. So one of the problems in this whole debate is really how employable are our highly skilled persons. And talking to certain senior managers in IT companies, they told me that only about 25 to 30% of IT graduates are employable. Then there are reports by the state bank that where they say that only 10% of IT graduates are employable in the industry. Okay? So therefore, a very important consideration is, again, also, in terms of whether, had these people stayed in the country, first of all, how employable? Second, does the economy have the absorptive capacity? One way to look at that is to see how much unemployment there is. Can you go to the next one, please? Okay. So, unemployment among graduates. Okay. Now, if we look at the unemployment among graduates, okay, overall, and this is from a study that was recently published by the PIDE researchers. Okay, so about 16% overall of the graduates are unemployed. And, 1 minute, okay. So among females, 1/3 of the females were unemployed. And this is according to the labor force data. And those who have a degree in computer, half of the females were unemployed. Okay, so then this leaves me thinking, how am I going to deal with, how do I define? If this is the situation in the country itself, and we cannot even employ, and if they are able to find jobs overseas, that's great, right? We get remittances and so on. So should I define this as brain drain? I don't know. Okay, the next, please. Okay, so the government is okay with this. The government does not have an issue with highly skilled people leaving. And except for nurses, there are no objection certificates required. Doctors and others don't need to get NOCs. Next. I think I'm almost done. Yeah? Can you go to the next slide, please? It's refusing to move. So is my immigration of highly skilled workers likely to slow down Pakistan's development? Now that's a very difficult question. Okay, and there is certainly some truth in the fact that if your best and your brightest leave, the potential for growth in the home country is reduced. There's no argument about that. But then we have to look at at this in the overall context of who's leaving and so on. Okay, I think I'm done. But there's just one last slide and I think Dr. Mehtab is going to talk about this 1.6 million immigrants, which is actually net migration. So I'll come back to that once, if he discusses that. And if he doesn't, then we can just have an argument over tea. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saba. With this, I request Dr. Mehtab S. Karim Saab to come and talk about socio-economic status of Pakistani immigrant and their descendants in America. Very important question for me at this moment in time.
Alaikum. Thank you very much. Dr. Nasra Shah and I go long ago, so anyways. But we did a publication together on migration in Pakistan. I think it was 1980 or 81 when we worked in Hawaii. And I have been mostly working whatever migration studies I have done. It has been on international. internal migration within Pakistan. The last one, I did very in-depth analysis of 1998 census on migration. Before that, 81, and before that, 72. Anyway, so I was waiting that the data from 2017 census would be released, but they never did on migration. And as of, I had a meeting with the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, and they're still fiddling with the 2023 migration data. I don't know what they're doing, they're adjusting or whatever. So that has been my frustration because, and so this is the first time I got into the arena of immigration or international migration. Please, okay. And this slide attracted my attention. I was, for the last 3-4 months, I was invited by Georgetown University, not Georgetown, George Washington University. The dean of the school is a former student of mine at Aga Khan of public health. So I was there on vacation in summer. They said, why don't we do work together? And there are a lot of Pakistanis around here, and let's look at their health status. And we are trying to do a project, match the Pakistanis who have immigrated there and those who have been left behind. So that would be something. I was there. But that, please go back. That slide caught my attention. Somehow or the other, I received in my WhatsApp. And I was shocked to see this slide. There's a net migration from different countries of the world. And that's UN data, which is saying that in 2023, 1.6 million people not only have, that is immigrated minus those who came in. So there are very few came in. So it's actually, they call it net migration. And that's on the website also of United Nations Population Division's 2024 release. So I was really shocked. I didn't know because I thought that the number of, I've been reading in Dawn, that perhaps 700,000-800,000 people had left Pakistan through the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis. So I went into looked at the website, and I thought somebody has maybe made fun of Pakistan, that how come so many people have left the country. So I just looked at the UN data. Next slide, please. Okay, I can do that, right? And it showed that, yes, net migration from Pakistan, as Dr. Nasra Shah already mentioned, that it jumped from, in the to Gulf countries also, but here also it jumped. So for some or the other reason. So one has to investigate. I mean, that's what I've just started, so I've not gone into it. But it's mind-boggling that why it is happening. So I started looking at what else is there. So I was in New York and I was talking to someone, people who are there. My son happens to be working in the Wall Street. So I said, can you find me something? I want to know. And so he gave me one Bloomberg's video, please, which tells all that brain drain from Pakistan. That's a special video which was created.
This is Pakistan, one of the most populous nations on earth. And to add to its list of existential challenges, it has a talent crisis.
I've never seen in my 38 years so many people either leaving or wanting to leave. The hopelessness has gone so high.
If you speak to anyone in Pakistan, they either know someone who has left Pakistan or someone who wants to leave Pakistan.
This has been a long-standing pattern in Pakistan, but this time around the outflow has been more to do with running from the problems of Pakistan.
Skilled workers are now leaving in surging numbers, depriving the state of tax revenue it needs to avert national bankruptcy.
I had to do 3 jobs at one point. I started feeling that my health was badly affected because on a lot of these days I was working more than 15 hours a day and perhaps more than 80 hours a week.
So, why are so many professionals leaving Pakistan? And what does that mean for the country's economic and political prospects? More than 230 million people call Pakistan home, making it the world's 5th largest nation by population. But ask them how they're doing, most will say they're unhappy at best. And it's getting worse. This gray line, it represents people's plunging optimism about Pakistan's economic outlook, while this one tracks the corresponding surge of pessimism.
Wage growth has not kept up to inflation and everyone has become a bit more poorer now. It's become difficult to make ends meet.
The rent expense of a middle class income is now almost equal to the electricity bills of their households.
Think about that for a moment. Energy bills each month equal to the price of the rent on your home.
We've seen a sharp rise in food prices.
Is the high fuel prices that pushed us both to start seeking opportunities in the West.
It reflects this trend, the number of visas being issued by the US to Pakistani citizens, many of whose skills are highly sought after. Asad applied for and received a scholarship to complete a PhD in the US and moved to Massachusetts in 2023.
The brain drain has always been there, but it's intensified in the recent times, and I think it would continue to intensify in the future if the economic situation does not improve.
So what exactly is that economic situation? These are rates of inflation for a dozen Asian economies. Now, look at Pakistan. Consumer price gains have somewhat moderated this year, but the cost of essentials still hurts. Rice, tea, and banana prices have more than doubled in the past 2 years.
Pakistan's currency has
about which Dr. Asraf talked about, going to the Gulf countries, and the third one is mainly to Europe and Canada and America. Canada and America, they are mostly professionals going legally. The numbers are available. Europe, numbers are not available. But I was on a lecture trip in 2021, I think, in various cities or universities of Europe, talking about, some of the work I've been doing in the US. And I was astonished to find out that there's so many Pakistani young people, professionally qualified, living in different cities, who have immigrated to Europe illegally. For example, I was talking to the Consul General in Barcelona, and he said that there are about 100,000 illegal immigrants living in Barcelona. So that number is never counted. Okay, next please. And these slides you've already seen how it fluctuated in the last century, or then now how it is. Dr. Nasraj already talked about. Go ahead, please. Next. So basically, what in 2019 it peaked about 900,000 people who had gone to the Gulf countries. So it was pre-COVID, and the number was still high. So here I would like to not disagree, I dare not disagree with Dr. Nasra Shah, but I would like to put my own point that even pre-COVID, the numbers are going up. 2019, close to 900,000 people have left, gone to Middle Eastern, to Gulf countries. Next, please. And where are they going? This is the number which is provided by the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis. That if you look at out of so many who have left during this last 2 decades, about whatever number, 2.8 million, 95% have gone to GCC countries. 55% to Saudi Arabia, 23% to UAE, and of course less than that. And they don't report much to Europe, UK, European continent, UK, and USA. They reported only 3,000 people who had gone to USA, and about 21,000 to UK, 27,000 to European Union. So what it means, the data which is available from the Ministry of Overseas Pakistanis is grossly underreported about immigration. And what I was told, because I know people, all of us do know, the UN Population Division, they say no, they have looked at what they do, that they go country by country, how many people have been reported by the country who have migrated there, from which country. So let me go to now quickly, because I already have 2-3 minutes left. Very quickly, please. So let me go to, next please. Sorry. Okay. One thing which is very important, those people who are leaving the country predominantly from KP and FATA, and very small percentage Sindh. Only 9% of the population people are leaving from Sindh. So that's one factor why Sindh is not sending people abroad. I think they are mostly professionals who are going from Sindh. Okay. What's that? ये वापस जा रहा, आगे चलें please. I have few slides. Okay. Now, no, ये पीछे जाएं, पीछे, ये वाला हाँ. These 2 slides talked about legal immigration to US from Pakistan. And you can see it has jumped from every decade. It has been going up and up. As of in the last decade, about 164,000 people were given they legally immigrated to US. And so, if you look at the censuses, in the US, they ask question that where were you born, and if you born, so when you are determined, they say country of origin, or what they call ancestry. So one has to identify that where your ancestors came from. So just look at the numbers. In 2000, 153,000 people were reported to be of Pakistani ancestry. It jumped to more than 400,000 in 2010 census, US census, and the most recent census, data was released only a few months ago, but close to 700,000 Pakistanis are living there. But that's not a very huge number. If you compare with Indians, they are 4.7 million. So, in the 2020 census. So the number of Pakistanis who are living in US, who recognize themselves or identify themselves as Pakistani origin, it has been increasing. Okay, next please. Now, when did they arrive? As you can see, that every decade, their numbers are increasing, the percentage, even during the 2011, 20. So most of them are recent migrants among Pakistanis, and you can see that about 60% have immigrated during the last 20 years. Next, please. Okay, and then if you can see that most of them were born in Pakistan, with the exception of those who are under 18. Next, please. Okay, they're very young. The youngest among the most of the countries from they came, about 29 is the median age, as compared to other countries. Even India is, the median age is 35. Mostly they're, high-tech people from India, by the way. Next, please. Okay. Very young. I already said. The next, please. Go next. I've just compared with. Okay. Very interestingly, they also and these all data is from American Community Survey, which I'll say that. Very interestingly, the total fertility rate of Pakistani Americans, they call them Pakistani Americans, is 2.1. Of course, it's a little higher than the total U.S. General population, but of course, lower than the Latinos, the lowest group in the... Khatam ho gaya. Ek do rah gayi. Bas, let's go next. One thing which I like to point out, that very interestingly, that the median income of Pakistanis, Americans, is very similar to U.S. general population, about $90,000 per annum. One very interesting thing is that look at the level of education of young Pakistanis who are in the age, who are 18 to 24, that is college-going age. 74% are attending universities or colleges, against 45% among general population. So there's a lot of emphasis on education, and you can see that just look at the percentage who are masters and higher education degree holders. 23% of Pakistanis there. So I think that's the last slide I have. You have a lot of information. So what I have started doing, I have switched from my interest in health. And look, I'm also doing that. But there's plenty of information available on Pakistanis in US. This is the American Community Survey, which is conducted every year. They send the questionnaire to about 3 million households in America. And very strangely, as I was coming, I have an address there. I also received one, so I have brought the form, which I'm supposed to fill in as online. So one can know a lot about Pakistani Americans, Pakistanis who are living in America. I think they have a bright future, highly educated, professionally sound. Now, if that is not a brain drain, I don't know what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mehtab Sahab. I think with this, I open the floor for questions and answers. We had initially 10 minutes. So we will take 3 questions. Sorry, we are not left much time. 3 questions with gender balance. So, Dr. Sahab, आपसे शुरू करते हैं. माइक दे दें.
Handing the microphone. So, okay. So, thank you. I think this is a very, very interesting and engaging conversation. My question is, we've looked at absolute numbers pretty much, and we see they've been going up every decade. For me, as a data person, I would like to better understand ke rates kya hain. So when we look at the denominator as well, and I was just looking up some data from the United Nations numbers. So the net migration for Pakistan, it says in the graph, every year the rate is declining by a certain percentage. So we don't see that in the last 10 years when we look at the rate per 1,000 population. How do we reconcile these numbers, and how do we account for the denominator? Because the population isn't static, we know it's growing rapidly. So, which is better to look at, absolute numbers or the net migration rate per 1,000? And linked to that, the net migration rates for countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam and the Philippines are like in -2 and -3, whereas for Pakistan it's -0.8. So what are we doing that's wrong and that they're doing that's right?
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Any other question?
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Nasser, very interesting presentation. I just wanted to know from an economist's perspective that generally higher education, skilled professional colleges, public sector are highly subsidized. So when these people, there is a cost to society when making these doctors and engineers. So higher education spends a lot of money on them. And then they go away and spend their productive years there. So my concern is that kind of thing being taken into analysis in terms of demand and supply of these people? Because society is bearing a lot of cost in terms of making them doctors and engineers. What kind of policy intervention would be required so that either they send some part of their productive years in Pakistan to enhance the productive capacity of the country, or they pay the full price of the cost that the society has borne for them?
Last question.
Just to make a correction, I think 2019 में peak नहीं हुई थी. COVID-19 actually was declared as a pandemic around somewhere in 2020 middle, so it wasn't peaked in that. Second thing is the poster you showed, Dr. Mehtab, इसमें highest number of out-migration was from Pakistan as against China and India. Are you sure that this, because data, I mean, otherwise general observations are that the highest number you find in America, other countries, is of Chinese and Indians, far larger than Pakistanis. Thank you. Can you repeat? Oh, okay, sorry. अच्छा सॉरी, मैं ये कह रहा था कि पहली जो आपकी थी ना कि 2019 में माइग्रेशन पीक हुई है, because and sorry you said कि COVID-19 peaked in 2019. It did not. It actually was discovered in December, and it was declared as a pandemic around middle of 2020. The peak was around end of 2020 and 21. Well, that was thing. Second thing is a poster जो आपने दिखाया ना, जो एक इसमें आपने दिखाया कि जी ज़्यादा जो है ना सबसे ज़्यादा हाईएस्ट माइग्रेशन रेट्स माइनस वाले वो पाकिस्तान से हैं. दे आर एक्चुअली डबल देन इंडिया एंड चाइना. So I'm just suspecting the verification of that data. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. So I think we already have questions. So the session, I don't know how it is planned in here. Yeah. Jitna briefly.
Okay, so in terms of loss to the nation, in terms of what we spent on doctors and so on, definitely, I mean, that's one of the arguments, but at the same time, what I showed on unemployment, and particularly among female doctors, they are being criticized a great deal because 35% of them do not join the labor force. Okay? And so so that's another loss. So, I mean, all that I would say there is that we should, again, look at all the sides of the picture before we can make really a conclusion on that. Migration is a complex thing. And so simple conclusions are hard to make. Okay, so the peak really of labor migrants was in 2015, when we're about 1 million left.
No, it was, I think, what I was saying that it was pre-COVID, that it peaked in the 90s. So that's, we have to look at more detail. Dr. Nasra said it rightly that among the three components of demography, migration is most complicated and the least data is available there. So a lot of people who are going to the Gulf countries, they are circular migrants also. They finish their contract, again they want to go back. So I don't know. I don't trust this data much from the, as you cannot trust the data from the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. So that's a, Dr. Sahab, आपका सवाल जो बड़ा important है about doctors. You know, Aga Khan University is a small medical school. 100 students graduate from there. So about in 35 years, about 3,500 medical graduates have come out of there. Out of that, about 80% are living in America. I don't know elsewhere. So about 2,500 alone are there in America. APNA is the Association of Doctors, a huge number from all this. So there are a huge number of medical graduates living in America doing exceptionally well. That's why the income level is a little higher. I mentioned that. So that is the one thing. So these are the only two questions. Oh, your question, very important. No, yes. If we, the only UN website also gives the dates. So I didn't put the date because you know I was concentrating on the slide because that is slide which is being distributed WhatsApp. I think every week I get a couple of them. In the US, I don't know what's happening here when I was there. So everybody looks at the number. It's very important. But if you look at the rate is also available on the UN website. You know, per thousand they are available. But very interestingly, as you said, it's 0.8%. The number of migrants or net migration is the same as number of deaths in Pakistan. So I don't know if it's real or not. It depends. We accept it. What it means, our growth rate would have been about 0.8% higher if they wouldn't have left in 2023. But at least half of them would have left. Maybe not 1.6, even 100,000. 1 million have left. That's a huge number. That's 0.5. So we will add. We'll have a 3% annual growth rate if 1 million people had left the country. So whether it's right or wrong, but it's mind-boggling.
I just have a point of clarification on this 1.6 million that you showed on the chart. Okay, I went back and looked at the methodology of how the UN defines this net migration. So the net migration is people who come in minus people who leave, right? And so the 1.6 million is just not possible, and they are not there. So they go to various sources, including the UNHCR. And don't forget that during the last half of since September 2023, there's this huge return migration to Afghanistan. And that is definitely part of this 1.6 million that the UN is reporting. And in their methodology, they say that we do not have disaggregated data. So these are really very misleading numbers. And then Bloomberg can get up and create this hype, which I think is a lot of hype. So I think we need to slow down and take a good look at what the realities are before we come to quick conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's what I said, that if they say 1.6 million, let's say 1 million. 1 million is still 0.5%.
Yeah.
At least 1 million had left the country.
Thank you, Mehtab Saab. I think with this, I will invite the co-chair and the chair of the session Dr. G.M. Arif and Dr. Nausheen Mahmood to sum up this entire discussion in totally to 10 minutes. I mean, yeah, 10 minutes each. And then we, so thank you, Dr. Sahab, over to you.
देखें जी, आप अगर टाइम की पाबंदी ना लगाएं तो मैं भी कोई अपने ज़िंदगी इसी पे गुजारी है तो थोड़ा सा अर्ज करूँगा। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। आई विल मेरा ख्याल है ये गड़बड़ कर रहा है। आज बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। I will bring in your notice 4 or 5 things. Maybe in everything I may spend couple of minutes. I may spend couple of minutes to, first is about the explanation or comments what has been said earlier, then my own views on 2 or 3 things. First was the how to measure brain drain. One, Dr. Ikram Saab has shown us, and he has included agriculturists and then engineers, doctors, IT professionals. And Dr. Nasser Shah has also included 5 or 6 categories in the professional one. That is one way of measuring the brain drain. Other, I was just checking from the literature that whenever we need to talk about the brain drain, 2 things are very important. First is the level of education. What is the education level of that particular person? And then this level, how this level is compared with the native population. For example, the native population proportion of doctors is very small, but among the doctors, if the proportion of doctors is quite large, it means that there is an outflow of doctors from the country. And this is the other way of comparing the brain drain. It means that they bring education in it. This came into mind when Ikram Saab said that the agriculturists, they included as a professionalist. I have worked on migration for decades, and in the bureau data, agriculture category, we count them as an unskilled worker, not even skilled worker, because mostly they are working on the farms, they don't have any, they are workers, they're working on the agriculture side. But I think he may be right, in a sense that these may be professional agriculturists who are going over there, we need to bring in the education of these agriculturists. If we see that these are the highly qualified people who have some graduation from the university level, agriculture university, then we can consider them as our part of the brain drain. Otherwise, just I think the famous categories are what the others you have included and also what Dr. Nasser Shah has included in it. That was my first point. I think a group of 2-3 young people who have some interest, they need to work under the guidance of Mehtab Saab and Dr. Nasser Shah, Ikram Saab, and to make some calculation, I think, properly that what is the definition of brain drain, and how can we apply that particular, you can say, measure for measuring brain drain in Pakistan. Second, maybe I will spend 2-3 minutes on the statistics given by Dr. Mehtab Karim. And you have also discussed on this one. Dr. Nasser Shah has also discussed this one. Mehtab Saab, I may be wrong, but my interpretation of UN data is as follows. UN data shows negative migration of 1.6 million in 2023. What he has presented in 2022, the net migration was 1.3 million. It means the net migration went by almost 3 लाख आदमी का इजाफा हुआ हमारे नेट जाने के अंदर जो है. How UN calculate this net migration? It means between 2022 and 2023 only 3 लाख आदमी गए हैं UN के हिसाब से, not 1.6 million in 2023. We have net migration negative 1.3 million in 2022 and we have negative net migration 1.6 million in 2023. So the इजाफा जो है आपका एक साल में वो 0.3 मिलियन का है, ना कि वो 1.6 मिलियन का है. No, it's not yearly. It can never be yearly. Net migration. Then you come to the Pakistani data, and I may be wrong, Dr. Sahab may be right, that what UN says, UN takes the data from Bureau of Immigration, and also they make their own some estimates, and they probably make some estimation for the return migration. And after adjusting these figures, because UN has a very statistics division and they are working a lot, so it is very close to the what Pakistani statistics is showing. Because we show that in 1 year, 0.8 million people gone abroad in 2022, and we also know that the 0.8 million people went abroad in 2023. This is gross migration to the Middle East. We have not made any adjustment of people who are coming back. My perception and my observation is that UN has made some adjustment, and after adjustment they have shown us that the net migration in 2022 was 1.3 million and net migration in 2023 was 1.6 million. So the net migration is about 3 लाख एक साल के अंदर. और मेरे ख्याल में इसमें हम थोड़ी सी कभी मिल बैठें आपस में और कैलकुलेशन करें तो ये UN की जो एस्टिमेशन है ये हमें समझ आ जाएगी. Then come to the very interesting observation of Dr. Mehtab Karim and very good calculation of Pakistanis in USA. उन्होंने ये कहा कि जी तकरीबन 7 लाख पाकिस्तानी हैं आपके अमेरिका में 2020 के सेंसस के मुताबिक. इन्हीं की डाटा से मैंने यूज़ किया जो जब ये प्रेजेंट कर रहे थे कि 1980 में जो सेंसस हुआ, 1980 के सेंसस के मुताबिक पाकिस्तानी वहाँ थे 1,50,000. यानी 1.5 लाख से हम 40-42 सालों में वहाँ पे पाकिस्तानियों की सेंसस के मुताबिक तादाद हो गई 7 लाख. अब इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि हमने तकरीबन ये जो आपका 40 साल का अरसा है, इस 40 साल के अरसे में कुछ 5-5.5 लाख पाकिस्तानी जो हैं 1980 और उसके अंदर हमारा वहाँ सेंसस इजाफा शो कर रहा है. और इसमें वो भी शामिल है जो वहाँ पैदा हुए और उसमें वो भी शामिल है जो यहाँ से गए. ये एवरेज बनती है एक साल की, वो है 12-13 हज़ार. अगर आप इसको देखें, और ये एग्जैक्टली मेरा ख्याल है कि अगर एग्जैक्ट नहीं है तो अगर आप UN में USA में जो लोग जा रहे हैं, अगर आप उनका डाटा देखें तो पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा एनुअली 10-12-15 हज़ार से ऊपर नहीं होगा. मैं एक मिनट थोड़ा सा, इमिग्रेशन जो है ना वो 20 होगा, मैं तो 40 साल की एवरेज कर रहा हूँ। और उसमें जो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है कि बड़ी तादाद नौजवानों की है, और इसका मतलब ये है कि बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं यहाँ पढ़ने के लिए जा रहे हैं अमेरिका की तरफ, जो हमारी जो आप जिसके हिसाब से आप कह रहे थे कि जी पढ़ने के लिए लोग वहाँ पे जा रहे हैं। अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि हमारे पास 3 तरह की माइग्रेशन है, वैसे तो 5-6 कैटेगरी आप बना सकते हैं। एक है लेबर माइग्रेशन, एक है स्टूडेंट माइग्रेशन, थोड़ा सा मैं डॉक्टर नौशीन के 2 मिनट ले रहा हूँ एक है लेबर माइग्रेशन, और एक है आपकी स्टूडेंट माइग्रेशन, और एक है आपकी परमानेंट माइग्रेशन जो इमिग्रेशन लेके यहाँ से जाते हैं आपके अमेरिका में, कनाडा में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, न्यूजीलैंड, ये 4 कंट्रीज है जहाँ पे वो जाते हैं। अब मैं एक कुछ अरसे से ये आर्गू कर रहा हूँ, और आई मे बी रॉन्ग, डॉक्टर नासरा से भी 1-2 दफ़ा डिस्कशन हुई, और मैंने रिसेंटली इस बुक के अंदर लिखा भी है, अपना जो चैप्टर है उसके अंदर, कि मिडिल ईस्ट में जो लोग जा रहे हैं वो ब्रेन ड्रेन नहीं है, मेरे हिसाब से ब्रेन गेन है वो। यू मे डिफर विद मी, वाई? जो भी यहां से जाता है उसकी एवरेज कंट्रैक्ट 7 साल से ऊपर नहीं है। जब हमने पाइड में काम शुरू किया तो वो 3-4 साल होता था, अब बढ़ के 7 साल, 8 साल, 2 कंट्रैक्ट बहुत ज़्यादा मिल गया किसी को तो 3 कंट्रैक्ट। जो हैली प्रोफेशनल हैं वो वहाँ पे ज़िंदगी भी गुजार देते हैं, जैसे डॉक्टर नासर शाह खुद बहुत लंबा अरसा कुवैत के अंदर रह के आएंगे, लेकिन आपको ये बहुत थोड़ा ग्रुप मिलेगा जो वहाँ पे लंबे अरसे से रह रहा है। अब ये जो ग्रुप आपका जाता है, अगर स्किल पार्ट है आपकी ह्यूमन कैपिटल को बढ़ाने का, तो ये जो लोग बाहर जाते हैं उन्होंने जाके वापस आना है, तो इस मेजॉरिटी केस के अंदर ये आपका ब्रेन गेन है। यानी एक आदमी जो एग्रीकल्चर में अगर यहाँ से गया, उसके पास कुछ नहीं था, उसने वहाँ कुछ सीखा, प्लम्बर गया उसने कुछ सीखा कि जी नया तरीका क्या है, आपके जिन्हें सीखा, सीख के वो वापस आए तो 2 चीज़ें साथ लाए। वो एक थोड़ी सी स्किल लाए कि ये आखिर नया मुल्क में उन्होंने काम किया है, और कुछ वो पैसा अपने साथ लाए। तो इन दोनों को मिला के, और मैं ये कहता हूँ कि ये जब कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तानी सोसाइटी रेजिलियंट सोसाइटी है, इसमें आपके इस ब्रेन गेन का बड़ा हिस्सा है। जो कुछ वहाँ से करके आते हैं, थोड़ी थोड़ी सी अपनी दुकान या कोई चीज़ें बना लेते हैं, और ये तो आपके लिए ब्रेन गेन। अब रहा दूसरा ग्रुप स्टूडेंट वाला, कि क्या स्टूडेंट को जाने से रोकना चाहिए? मेरा ख्याल है नेवर। ये स्टूडेंट इस वक्त चाइना से भी तकरीबन 1/2 या 1 मिलियन के करीब लोग जो है ना एनुअली बाहर जाते हैं, और चाइना उनको नहीं रोकता जिसने बाहर पढ़ने के लिए जाना है। यहाँ से लोग चाइना जाते हैं पढ़ने के लिए, ये एजुकेशन के लिए जाना। हो सकता है कि जी 80% वापस ना आए, लेकिन ज़िंदगी में किसी न किसी वक्त वो आके पाकिस्तान को फ़ायदा ज़रूर पहुँचाएंगे। हाँ, जो चीज़ ब्रेन ड्रेन बनाती है वो हमारे प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, जो जैसे डॉक्टर मेहताब कह रहे हैं कि जी आपका डॉक्टर्स का ग्रुप जो है AQU वाला, इवन जो शिफा मेडिकल कॉलेज है इस्लामाबाद में, वहाँ बहुत सुनते हैं कि जी उनकी मेजॉरिटी जाके बाहर सेटल हो जाती है। ये आपका रियल ब्रेन ड्रेन है, जो जाते हैं और यहाँ से इंजीनियर्स हैं, IT वाले हैं, जो इमिग्रेशन लेके वहाँ पे जा रहे हैं। तो ये मेरी एक थोड़ी सी ऑब्जर्वेशन थी। बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है, और मेहताब साहब का खुसूसन शुक्रिया कि जो वो चीज़ें जो लाई बड़ी चैलेंजिंग हैं, और वी नीड टू सिट टुगेदर, और हमें उनकी बातों को बहुत ही गौर से समझने की ज़रूरत है और इस इशू को देखने की ज़रूरत है।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब।
आप नौजवान हैं तो मैंने 2 मिनट ले लिए।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर नौशीन, ओवर टू यू।
मेरे पास माइक है। I think first of all I would like to thank the PAP management and the organizing committee to just giving me an opportunity to chair this session.
which is, I think, one of the important components and area of research as well as its relevance for social and economic development. Because migration is a subject which has been less researched and also rarely discussed or debated at public policy forums, although it has large-scale implications and repercussions for the society, for the individual, as well as for the community or the economy. I remember while doing our PhDs, we studied that big volume, causes and consequences of population growth, in which migration was the most complex and I think difficult subject to understand compared to or relative to fertility and mortality, those two dynamics. And it is vast in scope, I would say. It has so many dimensions, not only internal for internal migration trends and patterns, but also the international migration, which has its own variables, and we have seen the two glimpses. So having talked about the subject, and I think I'm glad to see that it has been included in the program, PAP program, which is a forum where these topics and areas which are so relevant for development should be discussed and brought forward, the new research and all. Also, I think second point, it is very, very pleasing and rather enthralling for me to see the senior demographers in this session, especially the champions of migration, Dr. Nasra Shah. She has worked so much in details and comprehensively on this subject, especially on international migration and brain drain. Dr. Mehtab Kareem, who is another big champion and I would say an expert, and they have provided or used the primary and original data on migration, collected by themselves, and secondary sources data we mainly get it from the censuses of Pakistan and from some other surveys also in a limited way. So that data is not adequate enough to do an in-depth or detailed analysis of the migration inflows or outflows or other streams in Pakistan. And migration is a process, it keeps on, and it is so difficult to keep track of this phenomenon, and that is what we see. And also its measurement is another area that can be discussed, I think, for long. So I don't know how much or what value I will add to what has been presented and discussed, because I think I worked with the Migration Research Group for a short while, for short term, in which I chipped in or very minutely contributed towards gathering or compiling the information that what sorts of sort of data or sources of information are available to work on migration and what trends and patterns are there. And we prepared a volume which can be a good reference book for students and other researchers in the field who can see that what are the gaps and challenges when we study this subject. Otherwise, these big scholars, they have, if you read their research, and Dr. GM Arif also, he links it with the process and the levels of urbanization also, that how the pace of urbanization in Pakistan, which is, I think, another emerging or I think presently a big challenge for Pakistan. I think with these, I'm not going to go into the technical details of this data and its measurement, which Dr. GM Arif has very smartly picked up and discussed it here. It needs a lot of time to sit down and see what measurement issues are, how adequate and reliable the data is. And so I think this session otherwise is very informative and insightful. And I wish there were more audiences to listen to this, that what sort of pattern trends and these emerging flows are in terms of brain drain, because after a long time I have heard something about brain drain in Pakistan, but still there are a lot of questions that need to be resolved. And I think with these remarks, which are very general, because whatever has been presented has given us really good information, and so many questions are being raised on that, which needs to be explored further and also to be resolved. So I think in the end, I would just pose 2 or 3 questions, which I could just occur to my mind, that we agree that there are disagreements about the data and the numbers and all, but I think we still need to see how important those numbers are, or what is the meaning of what kind of meaning can we give if we try to just translate or interpret them in terms of their impact for the individuals, impact for the economy and the society. It is very important because people move. You can't stop people if they get an opportunity. But what kind of impact, whether it is a positive impact when they are leaving the country, for them as well as for the economy, their place of origin, or it is a negative impact. I think we need to just explore that further, that if migration or migratory flows are an important part of this population dynamics, then what kind of impact they are bringing to the society and the economy. Of course, there is some research on the remittances that we receive, and I think these scholars, they have worked on that. But okay, I'll just wind up because I'm on my last point. And I think, does that mean if we have so many questions, we need to have a big national migration survey in Pakistan? Because we get this information from the censuses, which is very, very limited in scope, or labor force surveys. So is there a need to have a national migration survey to get this detailed information and to have a view of the migratory movements or migration in Pakistan in a holistic manner? And how these should be measured, and where does Pakistan stand in terms of, and what does it mean? And I think my last question is that there is still, I think, need to conceptualize and come up with some very concrete measures which are also comparable with other parts of the world or countries, in which we can put Pakistan in a comparative perspective also. Because there are some technical and measurement issues that have come up in these presentations. I think with these remarks, I would like to thank all the panelists and the worthy scholars and demographers and the moderator, as well as Sanaullah Saab, who really gave a very, very detailed and comprehensive view of what brain drain is, and he related it to SDGs, which is again another area that we need to ponder on. So thank you so much, and for the audience who are here, they must have learned and benefited from this discussion, and Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Dr. Saba. The tea is served outside, and we will resume here in 15 minutes for technical session 6. Thank you, Dr. Saba.
व्हाट्सअप कर दें, हमें कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है। व्हाट्सअप है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स फाइल व्हाट्सअप कर दें, डॉक्यूमेंट्स में आ जाता है।
Hello. Hello. It's a coatie.
Whose outfit is better than?
Everyone's.
SOS.
All the leaves are brown. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Friend, इससे अच्छा है दुआ पढ़ लेते हैं.
It's not Christmas in Pakistan. You can't be saying mashallah. I love Christmas. I'm beginning to look clock. Bomb them.
Excuse me. Do you think we can take the USB out of that computer and put our presentation on it? Do you think we can take the USB out of that computer and put our presentation on it?
मैं कहना इसलिए हमारा USB उठा लेगा तो वही USB चलेगा
There's no human in there. Do you think please be a little faster?
Start हमारी session.
आ जाए। Assalamualaikum everyone. I think in the interest of time, let's start. I know we're running late. So Assalamualaikum and welcome to this concurrent session, which is about very many aspects of accelerating utilization of family planning services. But it's a bit broader than that. And इस वक्त students कौन से हैं कमरे में? Okay, that's a good. And I hope you enjoy. अगर नहीं चीज़ें समझ में आ रही हैं, please come up and ask us, because that's the whole point. Science का मकसद ये होता है कि we discuss, agree करें या disagree करें. So we'll get started. I would like to welcome our chair, Dr. Nasra Shah, who probably does not need to be introduced at this point. She's the president of the Pakistan Association, Population Association, and Dr. Fareed Middat, who's a professor of public health and an old colleague who's done a lot of seminal work. I would like actually to invite all of the presenters to come up and have a seat here on the stage. So Ibrahim, Aisha, Olin, Maheen, and Saddam. Not necessarily in that order, but that's just how it came out. So I'm going to get started. कहाँ पे करना? ये वो करेंगे? अच्छा. Next करते. ठीक है. So this is basically, this is our way of thinking about, so it's a little different from the topic, but this is our some of our team at Research and Development Solutions. We are based in Islamabad. Next, please. Next. Acha, ye main kar sakta hu. That's who we are. So basically, what we do is we do three different things. आप लोग जो सुनेंगे आज will come out of the knowledge management team. A lot of these guys basically look at national data and answer questions that are relevant. Some of it you'll see the Urban Impact Lab, जो कि कुछ हमारे ideas जो उसमें से निकल रहे होते हैं secondary analysis में से, उनको ये test करते हैं. ये सदाम उसके बारे में बात करेंगे. What we do is we publish. So the point is, particularly for the students, अगर आप कोई analysis कर रहे हैं और आप publish नहीं कर सकते, you should not be doing that analysis. वो rigor अगर नहीं है, तो there's no point doing that research. So we publish. Every thing that we do is with that aim, but we also then show कि उसका points क्या हैं in 1 and 2 pages that we share with the government. तो उसका मकसद ये है कि वो पॉलिसी रेलेवेंट चीज़ें पे डिस्कशन हो सके. This is some of the stuff that we're doing right now on family planning. Don't have to read all of it, and we publish. So we have over 60 peer-reviewed publications and many more information and policy briefs. I'm going to start with the first of the presentations. There are many presentations, so we've actually condensed a lot of them, so we can finish in about 40 or 45 minutes, leaving some time for discussion. First is a cross-country comparison of health and family planning services. सवाल ये है कि हम हमेशा policy dialogue में जी government से ये कर लेंगे, government से वो कर लेंगे. And we went back and looked, and every time we looked at the data for Pakistan, होता ये था कि family planning में majority of services are outside the public sector. In fact, actually, as it happens, 65% of the services in family planning and 80% of the services in primary health care are outside the government. So we went back and said, is that an outlier? Is Pakistan an outlier? So that's what we're showing right now. What's happening for primary health care and family planning services in low and middle income countries. And we've taken Data sources from these two surveys, so basically demographic and health survey, which a lot of people know about. The ANDESA, which is more of utilization and income and survey that's available. And it's a simple descriptive analysis. We just looked at this thing and said, वहाँ पे एक सवाल पूछा जाता है कि आपने ये वाली सर्विस अगर पिछले कुछ कहीं पे 2 हफ्ते में, कहीं पे 1 साल में, वो आपने कहाँ से लिए? And it's just a simple description. And ये हमने 3 रीजन लिए, अफ्रीका, साउथ एशिया एंड साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, इसमें 3 मुल्क लिए हैं. And these are the results. And basically, want you to focus in on the purple. Pakistan में 63%, 67% is private sector for health and family planning. India is very similar. Bangladesh is very similar. आप ये देखें, the pattern holds for everything except for these two, the yellow-colored countries. The difference is the following. बाकी सारे मुल्क जहाँ पे प्राइवेट सेक्टर प्रिडोमिनेट कर रहा है, वो 25 मिलियन की पॉपुलेशन या उससे ज़्यादा हैं. ये 2 छोटे मुल्क हैं. So that is basically our first conclusion कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर डोमिनेट्स. आप एडवोकेसी अगर करने जा रहे हैं और आपकी सारी बातें एडवोकेसी के गिर्द हैं, तो you're not achieving very much अगर आप सिर्फ हुकूमत से बात करने जा रहे हैं. Basically what you're doing is you're creating an advocacy industry which is flourishing more than family planning or health is flourishing, which is a sad statement to make. कि आपका ज़िंदगी का मकसद ये है कि अपना काम बढ़ाए जाएं. That's the classic definition of bureaucracy. That's not helping Pakistan. That's not helping any other LMIC as well. So dialogue needs to get out of the public sector. वो क्या solutions होंगे private के? Let's have a chat. So I'll move on to this, and Aisha, Europe.
Assalamu alaikum. As Dr. Adnan said, the role of the private sector is dominant in countries where the population is more than 20 million. So Pakistan, which is the 5th most populous country, it is also facing significant family planning challenges due to this being the 5th most populous country, Pakistan is facing family planning challenges, and it has to make the target of contraceptive prevalence rate of 50% till 2025 and 60% till 2030. But despite the commitments, political, public and private, the CPR rate is still stagnant. So there is a need of effective interventions for that. And in that case, the role of the private sector is important. And we can see that approximately 36 to 65% of family planning services in lower middle income countries, they are offered by the private sector providers. In case of Pakistan, 54% of the clients are served by the social marketing, which is basically the private sector providers through their pharmacies, their markets and shops. 11% of the providers are basically given services by the social franchising, which are generally funded by non-government organizations through private clinics. The role of the private sector is, 35% of the clients are basically catered by the public sector through lady health workers and clinics, government clinics, public clinics. So, given the importance of this private sector, it's important to analyze the factors which basically increases the footprint of family planning and also the outreach of footprint of the clients and outreach of family planning services. So this study basically, which we have done, it's about analyzing the factors which impact the family planning utilization in terms of volume of clients and volume of products in two private sector family planning providers. One is the Mary-Stopes Society, MSS, and the other one is the DKT. So the variables we basically analyze is the volume of clients and the volume of the products, right? What is the outreach of these two private sector providers in terms of providing the family planning products and other services, right? So we also analyze the effect of some other factors. For example, the urban-rural, where the urban-rural factor, the experience of the staff, the infrastructure of that particular facility, and the privacy. You know, the people mostly, they have this issue of privacy when they discuss, especially women, when they discuss their problems related to family planning when they come to these service providers in the clinics, right? So we use cross tabulations for these two service providers and also the negative binomial regression. So there are two types of tools we have used. One is the descriptive analysis and the other one is the regression analysis. And our results basically show that Mary-Stopes Society that served more clients with family planning products, for example condoms, and intrauterine contraceptive device services. Then while DKT served more for the combined oral contraceptives, emergency contraceptive pills and injections, average clientele dropped by 13 per month for MSS and increased by 5% for DKT during the second phase of the project, right? The project was basically the project was DEFPAC by FCDO. Also, okay, these are the results of the regression analysis, and we can see that our results show that absence of private space to talk decreased client volume by 26%, and DKT has more facilities than MSS. MSS had 3.15 and 2.11 times more clients than DKT facilities in phase 1 and phase 2. Also, we can see no significant impact of region in terms of rural urban. It doesn't have any, the branding of that particular service provider, it doesn't have any impact on the footprint and the services they are providing or the volume of clients. Work experience of the workers of that facility, they have no particular significant impact, and the infrastructure was also not significant in our case. In terms of the volume of products, we can see that MSS facilities, the Mary-Stopes Society, they gave more than 2.3 times more products than DKT facilities. And visibility of the NGO logo or branding, it increased the product volume by 65% during the phase 1 of the project. Absence of privacy, it reduced product volume by 22% in phase 2, and a decline of 16% in product distribution in phase 2 during COVID-19. So the lockdowns during COVID-19 also impact the footprint of these the number of clients and the volume of clients and products during these of these service providers. So while concluding our study, we can say that private health and family planning facilities, they are underutilized and they can improve. They can be improved substantially, and they, along with the public sector, they can also have a dominant role in providing and in coping up with the challenges of family planning in Pakistan and the problem of higher population. The study also shows that during the emergency situation, like the COVID-19 part of the lockdowns in COVID-19, also we conclude that it's like there is, in order to avoid crucial service outages and emergencies, we need to be prepared beforehand. So this is also one of the important conclusion, that the family planning services should be provided the whole year, in every season, in even emergencies, in order to cope up with the population challenges, and also to meet the target of FP 2030, 16% of conceptive rate, or 50% of the conceptive rate till 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. So basically, low utilization, 2 clients to 3 clients a day for private sector family planning services. Just to put it in contrast, the government, public sector is about 17 clients per month, so about 1 client every other day, just to put it in contrast. I'm remiss. I should have introduced Aisha Iram is a PhD candidate and an econometrician by training. Next up is Mohammed Ibrahim, who's also an econometrics specialist. He's going to talk about big data using. So this is a bit, we'll change gears a little bit. We'll talk about how do you use spatial and heat maps to track and follow programming in either public sector, private sector, or large programs. So Ibrahim, up to you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mohammed Ibrahim. This research paper is in collaboration with Chemonics, and we did put their logo over there, but that's behind the video right now. So basically this paper describes how the big data sets can be utilized in decision making while using it in visualization tools. So basically the research objective is the same, like they have a lot of data sets that they're covering, Chemonics, they're collecting data on contraceptives and vaccines, and they haven't been using it properly for the decision-making policies, and we used their data and used in our spatial analysis so that they can use these indicators to direct policymakers in making evidence-based policies. And here we can see that our 2 main sources are contraceptives, where we are assessing condoms, injections, and IUDs. For vaccines, we have assessed Penta vaccine and BCG vaccine. And their channel goes around with, they're collecting data at the national level, which is primarily starts at the facility level and then aggregates itself at the district level, then provincial, and then the national. So this is a simple map which we're trying to make a point, like if you put up 2 indicators across over here, which is stocks and consumption of condoms, but these 2 indicators themselves cannot identify anything for you, for the policymakers to understand. So there is an importance of making the indicators talk with each other, and we're trying to use these maps for the policymakers, so they have a lot of information according to which they can make their decisions. So this is the second graph. it kind of shows stocks per 100,000 Mara. So basically, stocks are adjusted according to the population over here. And it is important because a lot of districts, urban districts, which have a lot of, which have higher population compared to the rural districts, so your stocks pattern should be different across your country. And this kind of caters for that. The second graph on the right shows the consumption proportion of available stocks. So the stocks are available, but how much of those stocks are being consumed by the civilians, or in this case, Mavra? You need to see these two graphs together to make a policy decision if the stocks are there, whether they are being consumed or not, and whether if there are stocks at a lesser proportion, if the stocks are consumed high, then you need to make stocks available in those districts as well. So, next slide. This isn't working. Another thing that we have started in this concept is the population estimates. Basically, we're using satellite imagery to create, to identify buildings in different districts, and then estimate the population numbers using those buildings. This is important because at some cases, the population data, if it's not available at a subnational level or very granular level, then you need these estimates to have those ideas placed at the tehsil level or UC level. So these satellite images kind of help us identify population at different areas in a small area estimations. Next, please. So this is the same graph now. This is a bivariate graph. The first two graphs that I showed you, where I've showed the stocks and consumption patterns adjusted properly for their indicators. This kind of is a new legend which kind of tells you 16 data points. On the y-axis you have stock per 100,000 Mavra, and on the x-axis you have percentage stock consumed. So now you have one graph across which you can see all the data points together, and it kind of tells the complete story in one graph. Here we have shown the three indicators: condoms, injections, and IUCDs. So basically, another finding across these three graphs, you can see that the short-term methods are frequently bought and they have much better consumption rates compared to the long-term methods. Their stocks availability and consumption patterns are quite different than short-term methods. Next. Here we are switching to the temporal analysis, sort of a temporal analysis where we are using two indicators over here, which is outreach per facility. Outreach is important for the vaccinations, where workers go household by household to vaccinate the children, and that is on the y-axis. On the x-axis, you have penta-3 dropout rates. So it's a correlation. When outreach is not working really well, then the dropout rates are quite expected. So here we can see the trajectory of January to December, where you can see the patterns are quite different than expected, and there is a seasonal effect to it. So this sort of covers the spatial temporal analysis. Here we're jumping into three indicators, sorry. So this is a trivariate analysis. In vaccines, there were three important indicators that we were assessing. So for contraceptives, you only have consumption and stocks. In vaccines, you need to understand that there is another indicator that is wastage, which should be incorporated in the analysis. So we incorporated wastage over here, and the shaded areas at the back show the stock levels. The circles in green and red show the consumption patterns, the vaccinations of the children, and the pie charts across each district show us the wastage rates of each. And we can see by these indicators how to switch our stocks across districts, across facilities. So these analyses, as I said before, can be done at the district level and it can be done at a granular level where you can see UCs or even facilities, how their consumption patterns are changing. Visualization is a strong tool. It kind of compiles all of the data into one visual where you don't need to scroll up and down in a table, rather see one map and see where are the data points that need to be addressed. And it kind of helps decision makers to make quick decisions with the proper indicators at place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim. So basically maps to show के results क्या हो रहे हैं, and the idea कि आप हर जगह analysis नहीं कर सकते, so analysis आप एक दफ़ा कर लें and you can actually program that into databases as automatic programming interfaces. तो decision makers को सिर्फ आप 2-3 maps interpret करना सिखा सकते हैं. So Ibrahim, thank you. Next is Olin. Olin is a researcher at RADS, and she's going to talk about the influence. So again, we're switching. We're now switching from the supply. अब हम अगले 3 slides में बात करेंगे लोग कैसे decisions कर रहे हैं. And so this is the first of them. Olin is going to talk about कि community में जिसमें आप रह रहे हैं उसका क्या influence होता है आपके family planning decisions के ऊपर. Olin.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and thank you Dr. Adnan for introduction. So I will be talking about assessing in community influence on contraceptive use in Pakistan. It's a multi-level approach to family planning dynamics. Pakistan is a nation with the highest fertility rates in South Asia, with 3.6 children per woman compared to 2.1 and 2 children per woman in India and Bangladesh. However, fertility, even in Pakistan, the transition of family planning from fertility has begun, and we are moving from low FP acceptance and children being considered as productive assets or security to where couples are now preferring the quality of their children over the quantity of their children. So to conceptualize effective programming, understanding the fertility transition in countries such as Pakistan is important. Fertility transition, as we know, is hindered by some of the factors that are socioeconomic inequalities, inadequate health infrastructure, and persistent cultural norms. So community support significantly increases adoption rates, suggesting that the social networks and collective behaviors create enabling environments for the reproductive health outcomes. We test the theory of diffusion of innovation developed by Everett Rogers in 1962. Within this framework, women's decision of contraceptive use is not only influenced by their individual and their own preferences, but also the observed outcomes and behaviors of their peers as well. So this theory was later extended by Ansley Cole in 1973, and his framework acknowledges the causal contribution of both the diffusion of innovative behaviors and attitudes, along with the changes in the economic and social structures. So building upon those theories, the study investigates the multi-level determinants of contraceptive use in Pakistan and focusing on the interplay between the individual level factors as well as the community level factors, which I will describe in the next slide. And along with this, we identify the thresholds where the community influence significantly impacts individual contraceptive behavior. So the variables, the dependent variable that we'll be using will be the current use of different contraceptive methods by married women of reproductive age. The independent variables will be the individual level factors such as age, education, number of living children, and autonomy index. And community level factors, again, the community age, community number of living children, and community health-seeking behaviors. And some of the household level factors that we'll be analyzing will be the wealth index and the demographics. So the data that we'll be using, we have used is from Pakistan Demographic and Health Survey 2018. And the methodology that we'll be using is multi-level logistic regression. We have also done some threshold modeling where I'll be talking about the predicted probabilities with the use of margin plots. We have also done sensitivity analysis to check the robustness of the results. So this is the results of our multi-level logistic regression. So in the first model, our dependent variable is the overall contraceptive use. In the second model, we have only used the modern contraceptives. And in the third model, we have restricted the sample to the 75% for sensitivity analysis. So this is some of the main individual level factors, which is our autonomy index. So as the women's decision-making power increases, the odds of contraceptive use increases across all the percentages. Then there's the number of living children. We see that as the number of living children increase, the odds of using contraceptive increases across all three models. Then these are our community level factors. Community contraceptive, we can see that as community contraceptive increases across all the categories in all three models, the contraceptive use increases, significantly increases. Then we have community mean age. You can see that as community age increases, the contraceptive use decreases. Then we have community health-seeking behavior. As health-seeking behavior of the community increases, the individual contraceptive use also increases. Okay. These are some post-regression results. So this is the predictive margins of contraceptive use by each community factor. So the first row shows the community contraceptives, and we show that as community contraceptive increase from relatively lower to relatively highest, the probability of contraceptive increases as well. So in overall model, where we are using the overall contraceptives and also the most common method. In the second row, we show that as community age increases, the probability of contraceptive decreases. But we can also see that the probability of contraceptive is higher among the younger lot than the older lot in both the models. And then finally, the last row shows the community health seeking behavior, where the community health seeking behavior increases, the probability of contraceptive use also increases. It's not going back. Okay. So this graph shows the number of living children and community contraceptive with predicted probabilities of contraceptive use. So across all the categories of the community contraceptive use, the probability of contraceptive use increases as the number of living children increase in both the models. Here we show the impact of community contraceptive use is more pronounced among the second and the third age group, but it declines in the next age group, which is 40 to 49 years. So women's autonomy and community contraceptive shows a fairly straight line and shows that it's less influential in both the models. So a few of the points that I would like to discuss is that, as we saw, community contraceptive use strongly influences individual contraceptive use, and it exhibits the power of social norms and peer influence. And influence of community contraceptive use surpasses and overpowers other determinants such as community health-seeking behavior and demographic factors. So behaviors, we saw that spread through social learning and peer influence, reinforcing the adoption in the higher CPR communities. And we also saw that even women with a lower autonomy are significantly using more contraceptives if they reside in the higher contraceptive use community. And lastly, it's important to say that the interdependence between individual agency and community support underscores the transformative potential for contraceptive-driven interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Olin. So basically, big effect of the community. जैसे आपने देखा कि education and वो कुछ percentage points से affect करते हैं family planning use. Community level, जहाँ पे आप रह रहे हैं और आपके पड़ोसी के behaviors क्या हैं, that affects you 2100%. Completely blows every other factor out, and I think that's something we need to think about when we're devising programs. So next, we're going to actually talk about two different theories. Zoya is not here, but Maheen is going to Maheen is a research analyst. She's going to present both her work as well as Zoya's work, who was a fellow, on two different behavioral models. So Maheen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maheen Sugra, and today I'm going to be talking about my research titled Evaluating the Health Belief Model in Adopting Contraceptive Behavior of Married Women of Reproductive Age. So the broader question about our research that I hope you guys will also reflect on today is that can our perceptions of health services guide our health actions? And as my colleagues have talked about it, contraceptive behavior is a very key epidemic problem in our country. So the health action that we're going to be focusing on in this model is going to be contraceptive behavior. So to broadly answer this question, I'm going to be talking about the health belief model. This is a psychological framework that is based on the perceptions of a certain health action's threats, their barriers, their benefits. And in our current context, I would like to explain it. So what do we mean by perceived threats? Over here, we're talking about, okay, does a woman feel that she is susceptible to getting unplanned pregnancy, or does she have an perceptibility okay, that there is a severity of this certain disease? Then we're also going to be talking about the perceived benefits of contraceptive behavior. Does a woman perceive that she will gain any benefits from this behavior? And the perceived barriers. What barriers does she think she has in getting this behavior? Now, Western literature agrees with us. It says that yes, health belief model does indeed explain that contraceptive behavior is influenced by our perceptions, our psychological intake. But unfortunately, Pakistan has been unable to talk about the psychological framework side of contraceptive behavior. And that's a notable research gap that we're going to be talking about today. That's why we hypothesize that individuals' perceived threats, their perceived barriers, and their perceived benefits will indeed play a key part in their contraceptive behavior. So for this, we took on the data set of Pakistan Demographic Health Survey from 2017 to 2018, and we decided to go with a complex analysis here. This is the structural equational modeling, which understands the complex relationships, indirect and direct relationships between observed variables as well as latent variables. Okay, so once our model had satisfactory fitness, we then decided to go with our structural equational modeling, and I'm going to be talking about the results a little bit over here. So we saw the perceived threat indeed had a positive impact, a positive and significant impact on influencing contraceptive behavior, as well as perceived benefits. And along with our hypothesis, we saw the perceived barriers did play a negative role in influencing contraceptive behavior. So I'm going to be spending some time over here to show you guys what did we mean by each of these latent constructs. So when we're talking about perceived threats, we decided to go with variables talking about, do women perceive, do women know the knowledge about pregnancy? Are they aware how their menstrual cycle plays a role in them getting pregnant or not? For perceived barriers, we decided to go with variables that talked about the fear, what barriers that women think they face. Are they afraid of the side effects due to infrequent sex? And we also took these two variables that we're going to be talking about in our discussion, That is, were women told about side effects from lady health workers and public health officials? And for perceived benefits, we decided to go with where did these women receive knowledge about family planning benefits from mass media such as television, radio, newspapers. Just where we saw that benefits that women received about the impact of family planning on family size, the impact of family planning on the number of children, on birth spacing, and regulating maternal health. Okay. So now let's talk about the discussion and what we saw from this research. So as we said, the women who perceive themselves as more susceptible towards unplanned pregnancy are more likely to adopt long-term contraceptives. So what does this show us? This shows us that awareness-based intervention programs that educate women about the consequences of unplanned pregnancies can actually help us towards gaining contraceptive behavior. Then when it came to perceived benefits, we saw that women who did indeed receive mass media messaging about the benefits of contraceptive behavior did indeed see a good positive impact on their family planning views. So what does this mean? This means that for a broader impact, we should combat ethnicity-specific cultural barriers that tailor culturally specific needs of women and include family planning messaging on a more broader level. We should focus on it more. Now, a key finding over here that I personally find really interesting was the impact of the women who received knowledge about side effects from their lady health workers, from their public health officials, actually we saw a correlation that those women were less likely to use contraceptives. I think this gave us a reflection on the quality of our counseling programs that provide family planning, that we indeed need to enhance them. We need to enhance the health worker training, and we need to implicate multimedia campaigns that can address the misconceptions about family planning. Now, this study also gave us great insights for future research. We saw that not just how perceptions play a key role in family planning, how psychological frameworks can help us explain how we can implicate better family planning interrogatives into the future of Pakistan. So over here, we also highlighted in our research that cultural barriers such as son preference, limited autonomy in decision making, and post-marriage employment station also showed a significant impact on contraceptive use that future researchers in the health belief model can take forward with. Okay, next slide, please. So on a similar line, I'm not going to be talking about the methodology because this study actually used the same methodology as my own study previously before. But over here, we implied the theory of planned behavior. Now, the theory of planned behavior, while health belief model helps us understand and predict how health actions come forward, the theory of planned behavior talks about health-seeking intentions. So what this theory does is it shows that it talks about 3 core psychosocial constructs, which engage the individual's likelihood in that particular health-seeking behavior, which over here were their attitudes, their subjective norms, as well as their perceived behavior control. So once again, as through structural equation modeling was once we achieve satisfactory model fitness, we saw that an individual's attitudes indeed have a negative impact on their contraceptive behavior. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about the observed variables here, which we took were that did women find contraceptives inconvenient to use, or did the respondent opposed in using contraceptives? The second variable we have is subjective norms, which we also saw had a negative impact on contraceptive behavior. And to be more particular, the subjective norms that were taken for these key participants were whether their partner opposed family planning or whether they thought that their religion opposed family planning. And lastly, we have perceived behavior control. So this actually showed that individuals who perceive that they do have behavior control are more likely to take on contraceptives. Over here, the 2 key variables were access to, did these women feel that they had access to health facilities? And also, did they feel they had autonomous decision making in their own contraceptive behavior? Now, similar as the research before, here we highlight about the stigmas that family planning faces throughout Pakistan and how we can incorporate more multimedia campaigns. This also shows that we not just need to incorporate the health facilities, we should also think about the psychological framework of the woman that's taking on family planning, and how by addressing stigmas, misconceptions, we can actually work towards creating higher use of contraceptive behavior in Pakistan. Now that was all from my side, talking about the psychological frameworks and their implication on the family planning model in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Maheen. So that sums up, so basically belief models that would shape how you design programs. As we approach about mid 40% for national CPR and some higher, individual behaviors will become more and more important in family planning programs. So some evidence to guide that. To sum it up, the final one is actually an application, a practical application of some of these ideas. Credit also goes to some of the learnings that come from previous programs. Shazina is sitting here. We actually evaluated a program in urban family planning that she ran. To Hands that have done a huge outreach family planning program. Basic idea is, how do you do urban family planning at low cost using technology to both make it easier for people, not harder, but easier for people to do that, involve the communities while you're doing that, and to drop the costs much below anything anybody has ever done. So here is Saddam. Saddam is an economist again. By the way, Maheen broke the trend. She's the sole non-economist in this team sitting here. So, you know, kudos, Maheen. She's a psychologist by training. Saddam is an economist and he's a research analyst. So Saddam.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum everyone. So by now all of us knows what are the issues in our public health and specifically in family planning. And as Dr. Adnan said, what's the solution to it? So instead of reinventing the wheel every time, we try to sit and see what are the existing solutions that worked and what we can add up to it. So it's basically an outreach model where we highly invested into technology and standardize the processes. So as from the title, it's an upscale innovation approach to family planning. So basically it's a sequel to a family planning program that we already run, and then we upscale it to the whole of Rawalpindi. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. So basically we call it the API model to kind of indigenize it. API basically means sisters. So we usually, what we do is we hire local women from the community who have a say and recognition in the community, and then they go and talk about family planning services. It can be the nutrition, also immunization. So, and then we have a hybrid model. So if I could explain it in totality, it's the profiling of the household. Then we have a network system of facilities which have both public facilities and private facilities. So we are basically generating demand for private primary health care services, which do include family planning. And then to kind of nurture the entrepreneurship activities into those women, we have created a business inbox activity from them. So that woman who is going door to door, it's not just making people aware about our services, but is also doing her own business. So at the end of program, for example, if she is with us for an year or 2 years, then after that she can start her own business. So the unique feature is that these women, they are from the community, so there is a community trust. People listen to them and they have a say. And then it's low cost and scalable. So we started with, so this program is run with support from PPIF, Punjab Population Innovation Fund. So we had a first phase of it where we registered 35,000 households. And then we scale it up to the whole of Rawalpindi, where we are targeting around 0.1 million households. So as you can see from the chart, an API goes to a household, she registers the family rosters, and then all of the data comes to our database. And then, so here is the point where all the magics happen, where we have really kind of standardized the whole process. So that data is monitored in real time. So there is a big debate around data quality in Pakistan. So so what we have did is these APIs are like only have primary education. So what we have did is just to give them a phone. You have to use the phone. You have no other like responsibilities. The whole data quality, data की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं, that kind of comes on our team to kind of ensure कि उसकी quality अच्छी है. So if an API is filling a form, if I know कि मेरा जो form है, it takes 20 minutes to fill up. So if it's below 18 minutes or 19, it will flag up on my system कि this API उन्होंने जो form fill किया, it's in 2 minutes or it's in 3 minutes, and the system will discard that data. Similarly, we have like family planning have different, for example, short-term services and long-term services. So if I'm referring someone for a short-term service, and then uske aage jo sequel mein question hai that are answer for long-term services, the system will flag up that this data is not genuine kyunki usme cohesion nahi hai. You are talking about short-term, but aapke jo question hai wo long-term ke answer kar rahe hain. And similarly, it kind of automates the whole program. So my M&E team, he does not have to go and print stuff. So if I have my API have made a referment for a certain contraceptive method, and there is a follow-up line up to it. So the system will automatically flag that this client have to be then reach out on this certain date because you have a follow-up lining up to it. So we have a registration, then there are follow-ups, then if the client is referred, if she went to the network of clinics that we have, so I know ke over the life circle mere paas kitna time laga. So that data is also kind of analyzed ke ek certain area. So if I am in this tehsil, yahan pe mere family planning ki uptake kitni hai? Is it taking 3 or 4 follow-ups to kind of bring a single Mamura on board for any of the family planning method, or this area is easy, and then we kind of allocate our resources accordingly. That also kind of create the efficiency in our programs operations. And then eventually we have dashboards which are both visible. So we have dashboard at different levels. For our M&E team who use it for our operations, then we have a dashboard that's at managerial level. So Dr. Adnan would have a real-time view to it, and he could come up and tell me that this thing is not making sense in your data, like this is not something, doesn't reflect in our national data. Is it something interesting, or it's the data mein koi problem hai? And I'll just go and specifically my M&E team will just tap into the right place instead of be all over the place. Then we have incorporated a lot of GIS-based mapping in it. So our API, so as Ibrahim showed in his paper, we have did population mapping for the area. So we know where are the dense population patches. So instead of going out into the blue, we know where people are actually living, and we focus those dense hotspots, or API will go and register household there. Then we have integrated our system with Google Metrics API. So we know कि हमारी API को at least 10 या 15 मिनट से ज़्यादा वॉक ना करना पड़े. अगर वो एक घर में एक घंटे से ज़्यादा वॉक कर रही है, तो eventually वो डेटा की क्वालिटी भी कम होगी, and जो फॉर्म की उनका जो फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप 1 घंटा वॉक करके जाते हैं एंड देन आप किसी घर में बैठते हैं, तो यू वुड नॉट बी एबल टू काउंसल देम एज मच जो कि आप 2 या 3 मिनट के वॉक में जाके रिलैक्स तरीके से कर सकें. देन द अदर इशू जो कि यूजुअली पाकिस्तान में और अराउंड द वर्ल्ड हर आउटरीच प्रोग्राम में है, फॉलोअप की ट्रैकिंग करना. सो यू वेंट इन, आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन कर ली, देन यू हैव अ फॉलोअप विजिट लाइन अप. उसके दरमियान या कोई डिज़ास्टर आ गया, नॉट इवन डिज़ास्टर, अगर आपकी जो आउटरीच वर्कर है वो चेंज हो गई, एंड इवन इफ द सेम आउटरीच वर्कर वो वापस जाती है, शी डजंट नो कि वो किस घर में गई थी. सो यूजुअली द प्रैक्टिस इज कि आप वॉल चॉकिंग करते हैं. व्हाट वी हैव डन इज कि वी असाइन अ गूगल प्लस कोड टू इट. It's a 8-digit digital address जो आप Google मैप में डालेंगे, it will exactly pinch you to the place कि ये वाला घर है जिसमें आपने last time registration की थी और आपको इसके follow up में जाना है. तो we kind of like in our 2 year of program we have never missed a single household जो हमें मिला ना हो. Similarly, yeah. So we, talking about APIs, we have 40 APIs in total, और उनकी monthly stipend is like 10,000, and this is not like उनका full-time job है. We have kind of created a gig economy for them. तो वो for example, these are household wives जो कि for example उन्होंने सुबह बच्चों को तैयार करके स्कूल भेज दिया, and then he have 2 to 3 hours जो कि वो घर पे है, she can just come out और जाके 3 या 4 फॉर्म जो उनके डेली का टारगेट हो वो करके she'll come back और उसकी रूटीन की लाइफ चलती रहेगी. And then if she kind of create those skills of entrepreneurship जो business inbox कर रहा है, so kind of we have, it's quite interesting. काफ़ी APIs है जो हमारे पास आके then कहते हैं हमें आपकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं, हम अब खुद कम्युनिटी में अपने बिजनेसेस उन्होंने स्टार्ट कर दिए हैं. तो there is a spillover effect to it. Yeah, so here are some result जो प्रोग्राम के इम्पैक्ट से हैं. So from baseline till the end line, we जो उस स्पेसिफिक 3 तहसील में थे, जो baseline में when we touched the community वहाँ पे 33% CPR था, and at the after our intervention the API model it went to 48%. Similarly, the program not just focuses on doing FP but long-term contraceptive method, modern contraceptive. जो so we have जो short-term method है वो तो doorstep पे आप ही उन्हें दे देती है, but जो हमारी referment होती है is always for long-term methods. और and this is where the efficiency comes. So it cost us only $1.5 per registration. So for every household that we register, it's 1.5, and it's I think one of the not one of it's the only program Pakistan में which is doing it at such a rate. अगर हम इसके comparisons में देखें LHW का program that's to a state owned और वो तो काफ़ी I won't get into its detail, but yeah. Yeah, and one of the thing is system develop करने का. तो you can see कि आपका कौन सा यूज़र कहाँ से आ रहा है, उसको क्या सर्विसेज मिली है. You can track it from end to end. So we have a total sample of 51,000 in the first year. So I know उसमें current user कितने थे, never and labs, and out of then मतलब current में then कितनों को हमने FP maintain किया, and how many of new user we actually generated, और वो हमने किस तरह generate किए through referrals, and then किस उससे किए, किस मेथड में किए, और या वो outreach में to doorstep जो for example pinned and condom those are आप doorstep पे भी दे सकते हैं. So we really know कि कहाँ से कौन सा registration आ रहा है, उसे क्या services मिल रही है, and eventually उसने क्या adopt किया है. So and yeah. So what's the success factor? As I said कि जो हमारी जितनी भी APIs हैं, they are local workers within the community. Working hours उनके flexible होते हैं. It's not like 9 to 5 या specific hours के. आपको दिन में किसी भी time मिलता है, you can just go out and complete your target. And then integration of FP with entrepreneurship, BIB. Then, as I said, the cost of it, cost efficiency, and the most important is data. So the more we invest on data, उसके returns are उससे ज़्यादा ही होते हैं. So as you saw, it adds up to our total cost हमारी decrease हुए. It adds up to the efficiency of the program and plus the scalability of the program. So right now, if I have to scale my project, I don't need a big team. मुझे just APIs को on board लाना है. So I don't need कि मैं ground up से दोबारा सारा काम करूँ. Yeah, so these are some of the barriers जो कि during our outreach आए, and it's like mostly के 8.6% of discontinuation के reason में 8.6% says कि they don't have an access to healthcare facility जो कि इस referral network के through उनको access मिला पे, and then 1.6 like a minimum person says कि वो afford नहीं कर सकते. A major chunk जो कि usually हमारे surveys में भी है, they are planning their child. and 23% this is where we can like actually work on जहाँ पे side effects के हैं. So that also kind of caters in our program. So for example हमने registration की, then we referred her for a certain method, then when she go to the clinic, then doctor उनका proper checkup करता है जिस method के लिए आप prefer हुई थी, whether it's feasible for you या नहीं. So we also kind of cater in there. Yeah. So what's the recommendation? We started off with 4 uses in Rawalpindi, and we scaled it up to 3 tehsils in Rawalpindi. And now we plan that it should be scaled to multiple cities. For example, आप rural में तो state can go, but जो आपके urban poor, so this model basically focus on the urban poor, जो कि आपके city के peripheries में आपको easily accessible होते. Why we don't focus on them? और एक public private partnership के through. It's not कि state should do everything. They, as Dr. Adnan said in the paper, कि when हमारी population 25 million से ज़्यादा हो जाती है, there is a major portion जहाँ पे private sector का stake है, तो why not involve them and एक impact generate हो. Yeah, thank you.
So this is the last of it. Basically कहने का मकसद ये है कि एक शहर के अंदर ये इस पे 1 सेकंड को ये रहने दें, पिछली वाली स्लाइड रहने दें. So program has now been scaled to 1 million population. 1,35,000 घर at any given time आप ट्रैक कर सकते हैं. उसकी कॉस्ट कोई 1200 से 1400 रुपए की आ रही है. By comparison लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर की कॉस्ट 5800 रुपीस की आती है. तो it's 1/5 of the government cost. It's about 1/2 of the cheapest private sector cost that I've been able to access. तो definitely something to think about. ज़्यादातर पेपर जो आपने देखे हैं वो या तो पब्लिश हो गए हैं या हो रहे हैं. ये QR कोड देख लें. अगर आपको एक्सेस करना है, हमारे मटेरियल्स हमारी वेबसाइट पे होते हैं. प्लीज़ रीच आउट टू एनी ऑफ अस फॉर मोर एंड आई विल हैंड इट ओवर टू डॉक्टर नासर.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This was a marathon. I think it was. I will probably have to visit your website and also get more details like of the projects. But I think what I would like to start from is that actually, if you see the DHS of 2017, and you ask the currently using women, where did they get their contraceptive from? Government के हिस्से में आता है 44%, including the lady health workers, which is a very important portion, and that is about 9%. So private sector में जो for profit है वो ज़्यादातर condoms, injections, pills sell करते हैं. लेकिन जो NGO सेक्टर है उसका टोटल जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है 15% है अकॉर्डिंग टू द वीमेंस रिपोर्टिंग, विच मे मे नॉट बी करेक्ट, बट बेसिकली उसमें जो मेन चीज़ समझने की है कि पब्लिक सेक्टर को हम इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते. पब्लिक सेक्टर ही पे बेस करता है, इसलिए कि इम्पॉर्टेंट जो कंट्रासेप्टिव्स हैं वो पब्लिक सेक्टर जो है प्रोवाइड करा है, जैसे आपके IUDs हैं. और जो आजकल जो हालात हैं वो उसके से कता नज़र जो बेसिकली जो है ना जो लार्क्स और उसकी IUDs और इम्प्लांट्स की है वो पब्लिक सेक्टर से. लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स का बड़ा रोल है इसमें. आई थिंक इसमें जो है वो कोई ऐसी किसी को भी मेरे ख्याल इख्तलाफ नहीं है. बट आई विल प्रॉब्ली गो इन द ऑर्डर विच द प्रेजेंटेशंस वर मेड. फर्स्ट आई थिंक यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ फैमिली प्लानिंग इन पाकिस्तान, जिसमें DHS 2017 के डेटा को आप लोगों ने एनालाइज किया, और इसमें मेरे वही कमेंट हैं जो मैंने लिखे. 15% जो है हमारी NGOs की कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जिसमें जो है वो कुछ जो है वो IUDs हैं, लेकिन इसमें भी जो है ना ज़्यादातर जो है पिल्स और इंजेक्शंस हैं. एक चीज़ में और आपको यहाँ पे मतलब मेरी जो कम से कम जो अनईजीनेस है विद द NGO सेक्टर, सोशल मार्केटिंग सेक्टर, जिसमें ये सारे शामिल हैं, वो ये है कि ये लोग आपको नहीं बताते कि उनके जो है ना जो कैचमेंट एरिया जहाँ पे वो सप्लाई कर रहे हैं उसमें CPR कितना है. They will always report as CYPs. CYPs are calculated when the stock they have of the family planning is dumped into the distribution center. वहाँ से CIP कैलकुलेट होते हैं, उसके बाद आगे वो कहाँ जाते हैं. सो नतीजा ये होता है कि हम अपनी जो है ना बड़ी बड़ी जो मीटिंग्स होती हैं उसमें हम ये शो कर सकते हैं कि जी हमने बड़ा अच्छा काम किया है. DHS होता है तो CPR नीचे जा चुका होता है, CPR बजाय ऊपर जाने. That is like something which I think we need to unlocking insights from complex data, that heat maps, I think that was excellent. That was something which I think we can probably use in a lot of ways and expand. जो आपका था community influence in FPUs in Pakistan, this is very well understandable. I actually, commend you to do the multi-level logistic regression. मेरी पसंदीदा method है, statistical method. And but it makes sense. Like I think अगर आपकी community में जो है वो ज़्यादातर लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो you are also likely. मैं हमेशा ये एक एग्जांपल देता था समझाने के लिए कि दो ख़वातीन हैं, दोनों ग्रेजुएट हैं, एक जो है वो देहात में रह रही है, एक शहर में रही है. Which one is more likely to use contraceptives? Of course, the one living in. They have the same education, same socioeconomic status. So it does matter. इसके अलावा जो और दो कुछ चीज़ें हैं वो ये है कि क्लस्टर लेवल पे अगर आपने उसको किया है, कम्युनिटी को क्लस्टर पे किया है, तो जो एवरेज आ रहा है क्लस्टर का वो बेसिकली उसमें वो ख़वातीन शामिल हैं जो कि आपकी जो ना एक्चुअल रिपोर्ट में शामिल है. एक है मैथमेटिकल पर, दूसरा ये कि जो उसकी इंट्रा क्लस्टर कोरिलेशन है दैट शुड बी हाई ना. तो अभी मैं इसके जवाब तो ज़्यादा कोई नहीं दे सकता, लेकिन maybe I am wrong, maybe I have taken care of those things. लेकिन फॉर एग्जांपल एक क्लस्टर के अंदर अगर एक्सेस ज़्यादा है तो ज़ाहिर है उस क्लस्टर में जो ना मेजॉरिटी जो है वो यूज़ कर रही होगी या नहीं कर रही. ये मेरा कम से कम ऑब्जर्वेशन था. बिलीफ मॉडल्स, आई थिंक दिस इज़ रियली interesting. Yes, I think that's something which we need to incorporate into, I think, the training of the providers. I always think that the family planning is a service in which client-provider relationship is extremely important. और उसके लिए जो है ना आपको लास्ट वाला जो था scale up innovative approach to FP is actually telling you about the model which has been used everywhere. जो successful model मेरी नाक़िस राय में है हमारा पाकिस्तान में वो लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स है. I was part of the team 1980s में LHW से पहले जब आगा खान यूनिवर्सिटी ने कराची की कच्ची आबादियों में कम्युनिटी हेल्थ वर्कर्स प्रोग्राम इंट्रोड्यूस किया था और आई थिंक वी वर आल्सो सक्सेसफुल. हाथ ऑन इफेक्ट जिसको कह सकते हैं हम कि अगर एक प्रोग्राम बड़ी एक किसी कंपनी ने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने एक छोटे एरिया में फोकस करके लगाया उसमें ज़ाहिर है कि आपको अच्छे रिजल्ट्स मिलेंगे. मज़ा जब है जब लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स काम करें जो कि 100,000 हों, गांव में हों. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कल भी हमने इसको डिस्कस किया था. एक छोटी सी मैंने एनालिसिस की थी पाकिस्तान मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी सर्वे की. हमने पूछा हर सारी ख़वातीन से रिगार्डलेस ऑफ अर्बन रूल के आपके घर में पिछले एक साल में कोई LHW आई है. 25% ने कहा कि आई है, 75% ने कहा कि नहीं आई है. जिनके घर आई थी वो they were twice more likely to use any modern method regardless of their education, parity, age group, urban rural residence. That is saying something है ना. That's ever used क्योंकि PMMS में current use नहीं था, लेकिन it's actually an indication that visits from a lady health work actually. अगर लेडी हेल्थ वर्क का प्रोग्राम मेरा ख्याल है कि अगर पाकिस्तान को इस वक्त जो है वो CPR की ज़रूरत है, that CPR in the sense of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, कंट्रासेप्टिव प्रेवलेंस रेट नहीं. उस रिससिटेशन में अगर फौरी तौर पे अगर हम लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स प्रोग्राम को रिवाइव करें, उनको स्ट्रेंथन करें, एक्सपेंड करें, उनको सपोर्ट करें, उनकी तनख्वाहें बढ़ाएं, उनकी सिक्योरिटी का बंदोबस्त करें, उनको सुपरविजन का जो प्रोग्राम था ना असल में शुरू में वैसा अगर हो जाए, आज कोई लेडी सुपरवाइजर्स के पास वो फोटो आज जीप्स हैं सबकी सब खड़ी हैं और कंट्रासेप्टिव उनके पास है नहीं, कितनी उनके साथ प्रॉब्लम्स हुए जो एहतजाज किए उन्होंने। तो आई वुड सजेस्ट कि इससे मुझे ये मैसेज मिल रहा है कि जी लोकली अवेलेबल ना जिसमें ख़वातीन को कॉन्फिडेंस हो, दोज वर्कर्स विल इंशाल्लाह, दोज आर लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स एट द लार्जर स्केल अक्रॉस द कंट्री एवरीवेयर। थैंक यू सो मच।
Okay, so, well, this was a very, very nicely done session, and you're doing great work. I'll just make a few comments. The use of theoretical frameworks. Generally, ये होता है that in our analysis, we sort of lose sight of the theory, और हम usually उसको base नहीं करते. This is one of the things that I am particularly impressed by, that you've used existing data, or your DHS card data, but then you've used these, the health relief model and the plan change model. So, and you put it within a theoretical framework, which then helps us understand it at a theoretical basis, which is great. My other comment is mainly about the heat maps. I don't know much about heat maps, but वहाँ मेरा सवाल basically ये है कि आपकी assumptions जिस वक्त आप heat maps को देखते हैं, I'm not clear on what and that's my ignorance. क्योंकि मैंने I haven't used that methodology. So how is it more useful than, so you're estimating population, if I understood it correctly. You're estimating population, so in terms of validity, how is that any more valid than your census data? Because census data आपको हर जगह के लिए सब एरिया, सब डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स, हर जगह के लिए census data देता आपको ये. So how are the heat maps more useful? And they are obviously less well known. So you have to teach people, and you have to then tell us what your assumptions are and why is this better methodology than what we already are used to and we know. And then my third comment is about the API program. That's an interesting idea, but वहाँ मेरे काफ़ी सारे सवाल हैं कि जो है वो अब LHV का तो लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर जैसे डॉक्टर फरीद ने भी कहा कि we know कि वो ठीक है, those are government employees और वो जो है उनका एक रोल है, well defined, हम सबको पता है कि वो क्या है. अच्छा, जिस तरह से आपने real time में ये बताया कि that you are able to actually track them, you know where they are, you know what they are doing. I don't know how widely applicable. You said that scaling up was your title. So I don't know really कि ये जो है Dr. Adnan said that the figures that you gave seems like a more cost-effective way to go about things rather than. Okay, and if you were able to really do that in a convincing manner, and you are actually able to scale that, I mean, that may be the next frontier. And it, but अब depend करेगा कि resources आपको million तक scale up करने के लिए हैं या पूरी population के लिए scale up करने के लिए हैं. And क्योंकि आप हर वक्त you need a huge staff in order to really real time follow up जो है. उसके लिए मेरा ख्याल है कि आपको Okay, so I mean that can be discussed, but I mean I would like to know the math and the economics of it before I'm convinced that it's actually scalable to the country. Because if it were that easy, I mean, यो तो खैर ये भी है कि नियत हमारी है करने की या नहीं है, because that's what it goes down to. But I mean that's one thing that I would like to know. So you have about, I calculated that you have about 2,875 households per API. You do 110,000 को मैंने divide किया 40 से.
You guys have done that maths. Look, so 135,000 households are covered by 40 odd APIs.
Right. So that comes to 2,875 households per API. Now my question is कि lady health worker जो है वो कितने households cover, उसका catchment area कितना होता है? 100 what? 100 households?
नहीं ज़्यादा है, it's like 250, 300 होता है, मगर उसके पास मसला ये है कि लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर के पास 22 JDs हैं. तो अगर आप ऑक्सफोर्ड की 2008 और 18 की दोनों रिपोर्टें देखें तो दे स्पेंड अबाउट 5.7% ऑफ देयर टाइम doing family planning and about 5.9% of their time doing immunization. So वो multi-tasked हैं.
जी जी. So I mean my question would be then कि आपको जो है, is this too many households per API? And are the results that you are getting, then selectivity bias का ख्याल रखना बड़ा ज़रूरी है इसमें कि आपने जो areas select किए अपने उसमें they were already probably at a level of socioeconomic development or something. आप urban poor की बात कर रहे हैं. So that, but I don't know. उसमें जो है कि were those areas already more inclined towards adoption? I don't know, but that's something to be considered. कि selectivity bias के बगैर जो है आप that you should be able to defend that.
Yeah. So it has 3 tehsil of Rawalpindi. उसमें Taxila है, Gujar Khan है, and Rawalpindi tehsil. So it's kind of a mix of urban और rural दोनों के. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that when you are designing it, then that has to be kept in mind. And obviously I'm sure that you've paid attention to it.
So some of it is देखें organic है. So पहला वाला जो हमारा 4 UCs थी, that we started in 2015, वहाँ पे 31% CPR था, जिसमें कोई 17% modern method था. That's increased to about 44% with 1 year of intervention. That was the original 280,000 people. Then फिर the 35,000 households. फिर second phase में उसको बढ़ाया गया है. वो गिरजा और टैक्सिला वगैरह की तरफ जब गए हैं, those are very very poor, some of the poor locality. I'm sure well off clusters भी होंगे, लेकिन generally speaking खासे वो हैं. The other thing is the expansion की जो हम बात कर रहा हूँ, which will actually be the test of what you're just saying. वो ये कि we're saying कि we're actually layering on hypertension, diabetes and maternity care referral services on top of these services. So ये लोग APIs जो हैं सिर्फ family planning ही नहीं करते हैं, they also identify missed dose and 0 dose children for immunization and anthropometry for severe malnutrition उनके referrals के लिए. अब उसके ऊपर वो hypertension, diabetes and maternity care की services भी आ जाएंगी and उसके 4 wings हैं. So the next phase up जो हमें fund हो गया है, उसके 4 फेज़ होंगे. एक आर्म जो है वो गवर्नमेंट का है, एक आर्म जो है यूजुअल केयर पे प्राइवेट प्रोवाइडर्स को रेफरल का है. लेकिन 2 बड़े मज़े के आर्म हैं. एक बिजनेस मॉडल वी आर टेस्टिंग कि APIs के हाथ में टैबलेट होगी एंड वो टेली हेल्थ, और दूसरा जो आर्म है
वो बिजनेस मॉडल टेस्ट कर रहा होगा, प्राइवेट सेक्टर से वो करेगा. तो इट विल बी इंटरेस्टिंग टू टेस्ट दोज मॉडल्स, completely understand कि हुकूमत हर चीज़ नहीं कर सकती and हमें उन पे rely भी नहीं कर सकते. So let's test all these models out, let's have a conversation. At the end of it, we'd like to come back to say to the government कि देखें जो आप services कर रहे हैं उसकी हम 20% cost में deliver कर रहे हैं and we are scaling it up 70-80% of your population, which you're definitely not doing. So let's have that conversation. कुछ चीज़ें हम अच्छी कर पाएंगे, कुछ चीज़ें हमारे जो ख्याल में हैं वो नहीं हो पाएंगी. But let's go with that.
I mean, you have partially answered the last question that I had, which was कि आप जो है फिर government को advise क्या करेंगे, and then you already, right. Well, thank you very much and congratulations to all of you for very good work.
Round of applause.
प्रॉपर लाइट नहीं है। सही है। Assalamu alaikum. And thank you everyone for being here on time. Really good to see such a nice crowd, especially after lunch. We'll try and make this session interesting and informative because post-lunch there's normally a dip in energy. So no sleeping, please. As you know, this is a session on private sector contribution in family planning, basically focused on data utilization and measurement of impact. I think start करते हुए मैं पहले अपने जो हमारे मेहमान हैं जो बात करेंगे उनको बुला लेती हूँ. Dr. Sheikh Tanveer Ahmed साहब, if you could come up, please. Ms. Kanza Faruqi, if you could come up. इनके इंट्रोडक्शंस जो हैं वो हैं ये डॉक्टर तनवीर तो बिल्कुल कोई मोहताज नहीं है इंट्रोडक्शन के माशाल्लाह और वैसे आप स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं मिस्टर अशर उस्मान एंड मिस्टर उस्मान क़यास. Dr. Tanveer, आप session chair भी होंगे, so at the end of it we will look to you for some closing remarks. I just want to set the context of this session. You know that the conference is on pathways to sustainable development, navigating population growth, poverty, productivity and climate change. और ये session जो है ये focus है private sector पे and how data can support the measurement and also the data utilization, how it can measure the impact. पाकिस्तान में public-private projects जो हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा हो गए हैं based on research, based on the data that has been made available. And इसलिए it is even more important that we focus on data utilization, qualitative data collection, and then measure the impact of the programs that we are doing. I just want to give a very short overview of how this helps because मैं बहुत सारे ऐसे students को देख रही हूँ जो शायद पढ़ रहे होंगे. One is of course informed decision making. ठीक है? Data enables policymakers, program managers, and health professionals to make informed decisions about the allocation of resources, which is very important, and design of effective interventions. By analyzing data on family planning needs, contraceptive use, and demographic trends, programs can tailor strategies to specific communities and populations. So one size fits all नहीं होता फिर, और आप जो है दूसरे programs से भी सीखते हैं और उनको अपनी specialized populations or groups पे apply करते हैं. Second is monitoring and evaluation, and there are many people who have been doing that over here as well. And so measuring the impact of family planning programs allows stakeholders to assess the effectiveness of interventions, identify gaps, and understand what works. Again, while it is very important to understand what works, even more important to understand what is not working. Okay, that is how you make use effectively of the resources. This data-driven evaluation helps refine strategies, ensuring that resources are being used efficiently and that programs are achieving their goals. Thirdly, data helps identify areas with high unmet needs for family planning, guiding targeted interventions. Abhi humne pichle session mein heat maps ki baat ki thi, which was more related to population density and everything. But here we are talking about unmet need because that is where your family planning should be focused. Tracking the impact of these efforts, such as changes in contraceptive use. Dr. Fareed Medhat ने बात की थी कि normally हमारे projects जो हैं वो CYPs report करते हैं, but CPR change नहीं report करते हैं. So you don't really know how effective these projects are. But tracking the impact of these efforts, such as changes in contraceptive use, maternal and child health outcomes, or fertility rates, can highlight improvements in health and well-being. Other areas where data and impact measurement help is advocacy to government and donors for funding and policy change, Also, it supports efforts of equity and inclusion as it helps identify underserved and unreachable groups, ensuring no one is left behind. Then there is, of course, which we have been talking about a lot in the last 2-3 years, which is the evaluation of sustainability and the long-term impact of efforts by consistently measuring the impact of family planning efforts such as fertility rates, maternal mortality, and socioeconomic development, helping to ensure that family planning interventions contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I would like to read a little portion from an article I read just this morning, and this is from Dr. Anita Zaidi, and she is in BMGF. She leads the gender equality session, and she's written about how big data can improve women's health. And this is health data should measure the complexity of women's life. So a lot of our data is quantitative, right? And it is captured in silos. So हम family planning का program कर रहे हैं तो हम family planning के indicators देख के वही data लेंगे. पर कोई nutrition का कर रहा है, कोई HIV का कर रहा है, कोई और वो they are all targeting the same woman. Right? So you want to check out the improvement in the life of this woman. So the portion I'm going to read out to you is very short. Please bear with me. So if a program is designed, for example, to increase contraceptive use, it is relatively easy to determine with reasonable accuracy and precision whether it worked. But the point of family planning program is not just to increase contraceptive use, but also to make women's life better in every way. To move from single outcomes and fuzzy correlations to constellations of causal impact, the field of data collection needs to invest in more rigorous studies, longitudinal studies, randomized controlled trials, quasi-experimental studies, and causal models, right? And on an example, they have BRAC ka, jo Bangladesh mein kaam kar rahe hain. And she says Bangladesh is a powerful example of what this transition can do. BRAC followed participants for several years to see whether they stayed above the poverty line, as well as what difference the package of anti-poverty interventions made in other areas of their lives, such as health. So data की importance को तो हम deny नहीं कर सकते. अब हम अपने participants से discuss करते हैं in their particular areas जो वो programs कर रहे हैं कि how have those that data helped. Okay, thank you. Very good. I'll start with Dr. Tanveer. Dr. Tanveer, आप अपना topic में ख्याल में खुद ही बता या मैं बताता हूँ. So the topic is existing gaps in utilization of the available data at various levels related to family planning programs. What are the best practices model of family planning MIS and how to integrate it? So my first question to you is, what are the main challenges in including private sector data in the family planning MIS, जो सिंध में तो बहुत ही है, and can you share specific examples?
Thank you very much, Shazina, and the audience as well. Very pleased to see that audience. बहुत ही important topic है और ज़्यादा ये जनरल अब इसको करें इस topic को तो private sector वर्सेस पब्लिक सेक्टर की डेटा इंटीग्रेशन जो है बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है और सर्विस इंटीग्रेशन भी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है पाकिस्तान में. और जब हम इसमें प्रिवेंटिव सर्विसेज लगा देते हैं साथ में तो वो और बड़ा चैलेंज बन जाता है, चाहे वो EPI इम्यूनाइजेशन वैक्सीनेशन का सवाल हो या फैमिली प्लानिंग की कमोडिटीज़ का सवाल हो, तो और ज़्यादा मुश्किल ये कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाता है. दुनिया में हम देखते हैं कि इस कदर इंटीग्रेशन मौजूद है, इवन अरब कंट्रीज़ में भी, और हम साउथ एशिया में भी अभी एग्जांपल दे रहे थे बांग्लादेश की, वहाँ पे भी इंटीग्रेशन हो चुकी है पब्लिक एंड प्राइवेट सेक्टर डेटा की, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम नहीं कर सके. उसके बहुत बड़े रीज़न्स हैं. सबसे बड़ा रीज़न तो ये है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर इस वक्त तक लीगली बाउंड नहीं है प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ सर्विसेज देने के लिए, लीगली बाउंड नहीं है. जिस तरह हमने बाकायदा लॉ पास करके, अब चूँकि आफ्टर डिवोल्यूशन हेल्थ इज द प्रोविंशियल सब्जेक्ट, लॉ पास करके ये मैंडेटरी किया है कि मेडिको लीगल जूरिस्प्रूडेंस इज एवरी प्राइवेट सेक्टर हॉस्पिटल्स रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. वो दे कांट डिनाई, लीगली कांट डिनाई. तो हमें इसी किस्म के लेजिस्लेशन बनाने होंगे, ज़ाहिर है कि इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ डेटा के और डेटा कलेक्शन के और प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ सर्विसेज प्रोविजन के. मैं जो कह रहा हूँ, एक तो पहली बात तो ये है, यस उसको मैनेज करने के लिए कैपेसिटी, कौन सा इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो जिम्मेदार है इसका होना चाहिए या उसकी कैपेसिटी होनी चाहिए, वो है हेल्थ कमीशन इन एज अ होल. और फिर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हेल्थ और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉपुलेशन वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो इसको अपनी कैपेसिटी भी डेवलप करे टू गेट द प्राइवेट सेक्टर फैसिलिटेशन प्रोसेस एंड इंटीग्रेशन प्रोसेस. अब इसमें तीसरा जो चैलेंज आता है वो ये है कि वाई प्राइवेट सेक्टर शुड डू एट दिस मोमेंट ऑफ टाइम, जहाँ पे जिस तरह हमारे यहाँ टैक्स पेयर्स सबसे कम है, हार्डली 2% पीपल पे टैक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट. इसी तरह वो उनकी प्राइवेट सेक्टर की लायबिलिटी नहीं बनती, जबकि प्राइवेट सेक्टर को पब्लिक सेक्टर क्या फैसिलिटी दे रही ये वाली अप्रोच के साथ. तो वो एप्टीट्यूड और वो एटीट्यूड ही डेवलप नहीं है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ सर्विसेज दे या अपना डाटा पब्लिक सेक्टर को दे. ये बड़े बड़े चैलेंजेस हैं. इसके बाद फिर आता है कि हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर को फैसिलिटेशन के साथ, यानी फैसिलिटेशन का ये भी मतलब है कि जिस तरह ईपीआई में इम्यूनाइजेशन केस में ये कहा जाता है कि वैक्सीन जो है चलो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वैक्सीन अवेलेबिलिटी या वैक्सीन परचेज जो है वेरी एक्सपेंसिव प्रोसेस. अब ये एक बड़ा विन विन सिचुएशन है कि अगर वो वैक्सीन मिल जाए तो शायद, और फिर लीगल कवर भी हो, प्रेशर भी हो, मॉनिटरिंग भी हो, तो ये इंटीग्रेशन इम्यूनाइजेशन के लिहाज से, तो कमोडिटी के लिहाज से भी यही है. क्योंकि जिस तरह हम कह रहे हैं कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर अगर मार्केट से कमोडिटीज़ खरीदे, जो इस वक्त सब रो रहे हैं, चिल्ला रहे हैं कि 16% GST लगा दिया गया है फैमिली प्लानिंग की सारी कमोडिटीज़ के ऊपर, जो और उसको उस आइटम में डाल दिया गया है जो लग्जरी आइटम्स हैं, और लग्जरी आइटम में ये टैक्सेस लगाए गए हैं. तो गवर्नमेंट इस वक्त एड्रेस ही नहीं कर पाई, उसको नीड ही नहीं समझ पा रही कि बेसिक नीड या बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट है. तो बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट में अभी तक इसको शामिल ही नहीं किया गया कि फैमिली प्लानिंग आज आल्सो बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट. क्योंकि हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की अगर बात करें तो ह्यूमन राइट तो बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट तो रिकग्नाइज है उसमें भी, लेकिन जिस तरह एजुकेशन को राइट समझा गया है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में, हेल्थ को आइसोलेशन में कहीं पे भी राइट नहीं समझा गया, सिवाय ह्यूमन राइट के कवरेज में. ठीक है, हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हम डिसीजन ले लेते हैं और हेल्थ जो है बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट में शामिल रहता है. तो ये मसाइल बहुत ही कॉम्प्लिकेटेड मसाइल हैं, जिसको हाईएस्ट लेवल से लेके लोएस्ट लेवल तक करने की ज़रूरत है. अब इसमें चौथा जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर जिसमें ज़्यादा आपको डाटा दे सकता है, वो ये है कि डिजिटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज ज़्यादा प्रमोट की जाएं, डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ हेल्थ सर्विसेज. और डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ हेल्थ सर्विस का ये मतलब है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर की डिजिटलाइजेशन, पब्लिक सेक्टर जो कर रही है अपने DHIMIS के ज़रिए वो तो करती है, लेकिन उसमें टेली हेल्थ सर्विसेज शामिल हैं, डिजिटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज शामिल है, जिसमें प्राइवेट सेक्टर, क्योंकि प्राइवेट सेक्टर प्रॉफिट के बेस पे काम करता है, वो प्रॉफिट भी करे और अपनी हेल्थ सर्विसेज को सेल भी करे, डिजिटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज को, ताकि वो ऑटो रिकॉर्डेड एक सिस्टम बन सकता है जो कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर को इंटरेस्ट होता है इस चीज़ों में, वो किया जाए. अब उसके लिए फिर वही मसाइले के पब्लिक सेक्टर को या गवर्नमेंट को फैसिलिटेशन देनी होगी. वो क्या फैसिलिटेशन है इस केस में? अब जैसे हैंड्स जो है, हैंड्स के 6000 मारवी वर्कर्स सिंध के 12 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इस वक्त हैं जो अनकवर्ड एरियाज में और काम कर रही हैं, और वहाँ पे हम टैबलेट्स भी पहुँचा रहे हैं और डिजिटल डाटा फीडिंग सिस्टम भी पहुँचा दिया है, क्योंकि LHV जो सुपरवाइज़र है वो टैबलेट लेके वो अपना डाटा मारवी के वर्कर के पास जाके वीकली और फोर्टनाइटली वो डाटा एंट्री कर देती है. तो लेकिन हमें जो चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं वो उसी के चैलेंजेस है जो हम शहरों में आजकल फील कर रहे हैं. इंटरनेट इज़ नॉट वर्किंग, इंटरनेट इज़ नॉट वर्किंग. आपका IT इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप नहीं होगा तो जिस तरह हम इस वक्त सिर्फ सोच रहे हैं कि IT एक्सपोर्ट जो है वो कम हो रही है, नहीं. द ओवरऑल हेल्थ सिस्टम, ओवरऑल एजुकेशन सिस्टम बुरी तरह मुतासिर हो रहा है अगर आप इंटरनेट नहीं दें, क्योंकि आजकल ऑनलाइन चीज़ें बहुत सारी, लाइवलीहुड जो है लोगों की लाइवलीहुड इंटरनेट से मुतासर हो रही है। जो एक खातून जो फूड पांडा को घर में बना के फूड सप्लाई करती थी, वो भी डिस्टर्ब है, क्योंकि उसकी भी अपलोडिंग और डाउनलोडिंग नहीं हो रही है, उसकी भी मार्केट और क्लाइंट मुतासर है। तो ये फैसिलिटेशन हमें देना होगा ताकि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डाटा हैच कर सकें प्राइवेट सेक्टर से, और ये इंटीग्रेट हो पब्लिक सेक्टर में। ज़ाहिर है पब्लिक सेक्टर हैज़ टू टेक द लीड इन इट।
I'm going to continue. एक और सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि हैंड्स जो है वो अरसे से काम कर रहा है, and you have a very strong data collection process without integrating it with the public sector at the moment, अगर हम ये कह लें. Can you give us an example of how HANS has addressed data gaps and how others can learn from it?
जी, एक तो जिस तरह मैंने कहा, देखें डाटा गैप्स जो है वो जब भी एड्रेस होगा जब हम मैनुअल से इसको डिजिटल पे लाएंगे, इसमें तो कोई दूसरी आरा नहीं है। और हमने अपने आप को बहुत ज़्यादा डिजिटलाइज किया है फ्रॉम, और क्योंकि इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन का प्रोसेस ही आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग से होता है। इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग की आजकल पहली रिक्वायरमेंट जो है वो ERP है, सॉफ्टवेयर्स हैं, एप्लीकेशंस हैं, एंड्रॉयड बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन है, और डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ सिस्टम है। चाहे वो कोई भी सिस्टम, चाहे फाइनेंस की बात करें, चाहे सप्लाई चेन की बात करें, चाहे HR की बात करें, एडमिन की बात, हर चीज़ में डिजिटलाइजेशन सो इम्पोर्टेंट, इंटीग्रेटेड डिजिटलाइजेशन। तो इसमें हैंड्स ने न सिर्फ अपने हेड ऑफिस और डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिस को स्ट्रेंथन किया विथ डिजिटलाइजेशन प्रोसेस, जिसमें उसके अपने MIS से, मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम से स्ट्रेंथन किया। उस मैनेजमेंट MIS को, डिजिटलाइज MIS को मैं जिस तरह भी बताया कि उसको न सिर्फ अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिस, न सिर्फ अपनी फील्ड टीम में टैबलेट के थ्रू और एंड्रॉयड के थ्रू, और न अपनी मारवी वर्कर तक पहुंचाया है। सिर्फ मारवी वर्कर इस वक्त जो है वो अपनी डेली बेसिस को मैनुअल एंटर करती हैं, लेकिन वीकली बेस पे या फोर्टनाइटली बेस पे वो सारा डाटा जो है लेडी हेल्थ विजिटर जो उसकी सुपरवाइज़र है, जो जिस तरह LHW सुपरवाइज़र है तो मारवी सुपरवाइज़र वो हैच करती है वो सारा डाटा जाके उस टैबलेट पे जो उसके पास है, और इस तरह वो डाटा जो है वो सिक्योर हो जाता है हैंड्स के हेड ऑफिस में, डिपार्टमेंट में, जहाँ पे मुसलसल उसकी डाटा, उसका डैशबोर्ड रिव्यू हो सकता है, और उसकी रिपोर्टिंग जनरेट हो सकती है, उसकी एनालिसिस हो सकती है। और ये जब एनालिसिस हो, जब भी आप डाटा की क्लीनिंग कर सकते हैं। डाटा क्लीनिंग हो ही नहीं सकती अगर आप एक साहब जो है वो एंटर कर रहे हो, कोई देखने वाला ना हो उसको। तो ये डाटा, और उसमें फिर हम इसको GIS से ओवरलैप भी कर दिया माशाल्लाह से। GIS का मतलब ये है कि अब फेक रिपोर्टिंग और फेक डाटा फीडिंग नहीं हो सकती। जहाँ से भी डाटा फैड होगा उसका कोऑर्डिनेट बताएगा कि ये XYZ मारवी वर्कर के विलेज, XYZ विलेज से डाटा एंटर हुआ है या नहीं हुआ, किसी ने घर में बैठ के किया या किसी ने शहर में बैठ के किया है। तो ये इससे और ज़्यादा एश्योरेंस बढ़ती है, क्वालिटी ऑफ डाटा बढ़ता है, और फिर उसके बाद जो उसको देखने वाले, मॉनिटर करने वाले लोग हैं, क्योंकि GIS आपको बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करता है उसकी रिपोर्टिंग के लिहाज से, उसके डैशबोर्ड के लिहाज से, और उसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी और उसके रियल टाइम डाटा फीडिंग के लिहाज से। और फिर उसको ओवरलैप MIS उसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है, मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम, जिसमें डाटा एंटर हो रहा है, GIS से प्रेजेंटेशन हो रही है सारी। हर रिपोर्ट, हर डैशबोर्ड जो है GIS के थ्रू फिर अपने आप को ओपन कर रहा है कि ये रियल टाइम डाटा फीडिंग और एक्चुअल डाटा फीडिंग है कि नहीं है। तो इससे क्वालिटी ऑफ डाटा इंप्रूव होती है। अब तो क्योंकि अब 6000 मारवी वर्कर का डाटा मुसलसल डेली बेसिस पे जब आता है, तो उसको मॉनिटर करने के लिए अब ये जो डिजिटलाइजेशन है और ये जो सॉफ्टवेयर्स हैं, ये बड़ी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, और इंशाल्लाह इसमें और मज़ीद इम्प्रूवमेंट आएगी, और हम we would be able to share you live data here on this screen as well.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Ms. Ganza Farooqi. She's the Senior Product Analyst at Vital Pakistan Trust, Karachi. Topic to वही है, existing gaps in utilization on the available data at various levels related to family planning programs, and what are the best practices model of family planning MIS, and how do you integrate it, right? My question to you, Kinza, is, in your experience, how can private health facilities and CSOs ensure that their data collection aligns with public sector needs? What barriers are preventing them from doing so?
Thank you so much, firstly, for the opportunity to speak here. It's very good opportunity for me to be as part of this esteemed panel. And basically, in terms of the question, मैं तो इसके ऊपर एक पूरा paper लिख सकती हूँ, मगर just for the take for this panel, I would emphasize the importance of a holistic data collection. So, as a young practitioner myself, and the work that I've been doing for the past 3 years, जो on the ground मुझे नज़र आता है, वो नज़र आता है कि we really need to focus on emphasizing the critical challenges that are part of the social, economic, political sphere of the areas that we are working in. So, उसके अंदर हम vulnerable populations को ऐसे ही target कर सकते हैं, उनका data collection में इजाफा ऐसे कर सकते हैं कि उनकी हम पूरी qualitative और lived experience measure करें और quantifiable metrics दोनों को साथ लेके चलें. तो mixed method approaches in data collection are the future, I would say. And there is no way to go in, towards data collection in silos, because mapping associations and actually getting the data that you need to implement proper programs and interventions cannot happen without taking both of these things into account. And in terms of like the challenges that you will appear, obviously this approach is more resource intensive, more time intensive, but it's, I think, a very necessary evil, and I would say that it is worth the investment that we will be putting in. And in terms of family planning specifically, obviously there are certain social and cultural nuances that you need to and sensitivities that you need to take into account, and those are very important to tailor into the strategies and data collection that you will create.
So can you give me some examples from what Vital Pakistan is doing?
So, in terms of this specifically, we are, so I myself have just returned from Nairobi for the Pathways Conference. And udhar pura mandate yahi tha ke we need to take a more holistic approach towards data collection. We need to be more proactive towards creating a dynamic relationship between both the quantitative data that we have and the qualitative data that we have. So that is something that we are trying to implement in VPT, and we are going to implement it further in the future programs that we do, in the future projects that we uptake. So अब इसको family planning के अंदर भी हम लोग लेके चलेंगे कि in the sense that we are focusing on population segmentations right now through data analytics, through the data that we collect, but उसको साथ में हम लोग उसके अंदर qualitative को भी immerse करेंगे, because we really need to have a understanding of the lived experiences of the women that we are dealing with. Yeah.
I'll move on. I'll come back to you. But I'll move on, and I'll go to Mr. Ashar Usman Khan. He is the Senior Manager Research, Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning at Population Services International. Thank you, Ashar, for being part of this panel. Your topic is integrating climate change and family planning, capturing missing data to build resilient communities and measure climate change or climate impact. My question to you is, how can integrating readiness, response, and resilience within healthcare systems, including family planning services, help build climate-resilient communities and measure the impact of climate change? Big question.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance and putting me in front of this wonderful audience. Actually, to answer this question, I would go back a little into, you can say, a 30,000 feet altitude perspective. The first or the vital aspect that should be looked upon for any readiness is that whether we have that platform in place, especially for context like Pakistan, whether do we have the policies in place, whether we have the human HR or the technical ability in place to actually make sure that the aspect of readiness is there. And for that, the very important thing that needs to be there is the financing, the willingness of the government to actually pitch in, or any donor to come in and pitch in. But nobody will come in, even for, if you look at the Green Climate Fund and all these different funds which are actually looking at the climate change initiative, they expect that you or whichever country they will be contributing the money towards should have these aspects somehow included in their national adaptation plan. And Pakistan has actually started working on kind of revising their national adaptation plan, and it was globally that the aspect, because we're here to discuss about family planning and FP and RH, and I believe the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, did not include FP and RH till their 5th or 6th report, and that I believe came out 2 years ago. So now they've included the aspect of FP and RH in their priority areas, and they expect that countries, whoever are developing or revising their national adaptation plan, should also include FP-RH in their national adaptation plans as well. And once the national adaptation plan has those aspects somehow weaved into it, only then you will have these donors come in and give out these funds. Currently, there's a lot of funding that comes into Pakistan, but this is all focusing on the response aspects. They're not looking at the readiness. They're looking at mostly at response, and now the resilience is there as well. But the readiness part is something we had a chance to speak to not too long ago, the NDMA chairman, and he was also of the view that we do have a lot of plans. There are like 72 plans currently. If you go on the NDMA website, there are 72 plans that are already there for monsoon, for heat waves, for, I mean, there are a bunch of plans there, but they're mostly focusing on the response factors. Not much is done towards the readiness. And that's where my belief is that we need to somehow advocate. We are working, I'll give you an example, in DAFPAC, and under DAFPAC we are entrenched through our IPs like HANDS and RSPN in those areas where government bodies or government healthcare workers, they're not there. And we want to include our climate change initiative or climate change aspect in our DAFPAC project right now. That's what we're currently working on. And what we can do is, to cover the aspect of readiness, while we're training our own LHVs, we can include the government LHWs in those as well, in the same trainings. And we have actually approached the NDMA and PDMA folks and asked them that whether we should go ahead and, because they have modules already there. There's a lot of material which covers your readiness, response and resilience, but not much is being done into it. Why? Because nobody's really interested in doing it. Okay. So somebody needs to take the first step and do it, and we are actually working with the government on that part as well. And the other thing that we should be working on with the government is the early warning systems that should be in place. But the early warning systems are there. A lot of them are, I can guarantee you, does not have the aspect of health care or family planning.
So I'll interrupt and ask you my following question, which is related to this. That how important and critical is data from the community level to build up that resilience and readiness that you're talking about, right? And how much of it is available right now? If you're looking at NDMA and PDMA, whatever, what have you seen over there? What are the gaps?
Data from the aspect of, you can say, disaster responsiveness, I mean, it's there, but not from the lens of family planning or continuity of FPRA services. They don't look at it from that aspect. That's where we come in, or IPs like Pathfinder, I believe, is also working on it right now, and we need to somehow collaborate, not work in silos, collaborate and share information. That should be something that is vital, because information sharing in Pakistan is not that common. People will be doing the same, doing duplicate efforts, doing the same thing, but nobody is sharing information. So I would not know that what you're doing, and you would not tell me
what I was
exactly.
doing. I share it.
So I believe that information sharing should be there. It should be integrated with the government system, the HIS system. They already have a pretty robust system, but information from the implementing agencies or partners like us, it's not there yet. So it is very important. And the thing that is something that we've already actually won half the battle is the outreach in those areas. And through our MARVs, through our CRPs, or through our LHVs, we already have the outreach, we already have the geographic footprint in those areas where the government is not there. So what we can do is we can complement each other, work together, and whatever the information there is about trends, we need to start collecting that information, capturing that information, that what are the trends, how the family planning services or products were disrupted during a certain calamity or during a certain disaster, and how did we cope, the coping mechanisms that were used, and whether the services were continued or not, and how much effort it required.
Fine. So what I'm hearing from you is that it seems that the data that needs to be collected for climate change has still not been really verbalized or standardized, and so maybe there is not an effort. I see researchers sitting in the front row and through the auditorium, and we'll invite comments from you on this. Thank you, Usman, very much. Ashur, sorry, very much. Usman is the next one. Mr. Usman Ghayas, Senior Manager Programs, Advocacy and Outreach from Population Services International. He's going to be talking on how to drive male engagement in contraceptive use, measuring the private sector's impact on family planning outcomes. Usman, male engagement, as you know, in family planning remains a significant challenge. There's very little work at least going on in Pakistan, though it has started. From your perspective, what are the primary barriers, and how can the private sector address these effectively?
Thank you, Shazina. Thank you for giving the opportunity to talk about male engagement in front of the audience, which comprises of most of the females, actually. However, before jumping directly to the barriers to male engagement, we all know that to address the unmet need for family planning, male engagement is necessary. I would like to submit some of the findings that we just had through the research that we have conducted with UNFPA. Actually, the message to the males has not been passed on, actually. Through the research that we have conducted, we always say that sometimes ignorance is a bliss, but not in this case. There are only 23% of males who say that we know about contraceptives, and the contraceptive messages came across to us. So, which means that around 77% of males हैं जिनको ये message गया ही नहीं है around the family planning. So, before jumping on the barriers that were revealed through the research, I would like to submit that one of the major barriers is that we keep on talking about male engagement, but it is not part of our programs or the projects that we implement actually. I can talk about LHW program that is majorly inclined towards females. I can talk about our health infrastructure, the clinics and the services that are majorly inclined toward females actually. From the findings of the researchers, we already know that there is shyness element still there in the males. Males जाते ही नहीं हैं pharmacies पे to ask about the contraceptives just because there is a shyness factor. Males, they consider judgmental attitudes of the providers as well as the pharmacists as a major barrier of going to the providers. Then there are societal pressures, the religious barriers that we can talk around and around again and again. We also know that we are part of a patriarchal society and majorly males are the decision makers. Still, most of the interventions are inclined towards females. I can talk about our recent visit to one of the countries in Africa, that is Uganda. On their lowest level of health systems, they have VHTs, जिसको वो कहते हैं village health teams. They work just like LHWs, but उनकी teams बनी हुई हैं जिसमें female members भी हैं और male members भी हैं. And the counseling sessions, household visits, and the counseling sessions at the health facilities, they are carried out by males and females all together. So I think we should say that there are multiple barriers, but of course integrating male engagement interventions in our current programs should be the key moving forward. And right now we have missed the needle. We can see very less interventions targeted toward men. I know of the organizations such as Willows Foundation. We have partnered with Population Welfare Department Sindh. There is Green Star who are working with males, but there still is a gap that we should focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Usman. So since you are talking about other programs that are working with male engagement, can you tell us about PSI Pakistan, specifically what have they done to promote male participation in family planning, and what lessons or successes can be shared from these efforts?
Sure. I would like to tell you about the MPHD program that we have just implemented with support of USAID in Sindh. So PSI globally as well as in Pakistan is targeting their interventions towards males. So under the MPHD program that we have implemented in the last 2 years, we partnered with Population Welfare Department Sindh and worked with the SMMs that you all know are there in the field, but no one knows if they are functional or not. So social male mobilizers, we worked with them. We work with them in 3 districts, 2 districts of Karachi and 1 in Sindh Larkana, and we trained them on family planning awareness and have provided them with the IC materials. Further, they were supposed to carry out the awareness sessions in the field with men and youth. And to your surprise, in a very few months, they have conducted around more than 4,000 sessions with the men in the field. That has really improved the family planning awareness among them. Then we know one of the barrier is that men need safe spaces. They don't want them to be judged by others. There was another finding in the research and another project that men don't feel comfortable talking about their partners or wives in front of family or friends. So based on the finding, PSI ने एक chatbot launch किया, that is a WhatsApp based chatbot that is called VIA. We launched it in the end of 2021 and now in the last 2.5 years we have more than 200,000 users who have approached us for the information on family planning, reproductive health, puberty, and other related issues. And to your surprise, out of these 200,000 users, 88% of them were men. Wow. So this tells us about the need of information and messaging targeted toward men. In the end, in the crux, in a nutshell, I would say that male engagement is not optional. I think in the current circumstances, it's essential for us to do.
Thank you. I think that's a good message. So since we are talking private sector, and we don't have a pure for-profit private sector sitting over here, but we do know that a lot of data is generated from private sector organizations working in health, right? Whether it is hospitals like Khan or others, they are doing, because they need to look at how they are doing and what are the trends. We also have data from pharmaceuticals who work very diligently on data collection, and because they are profit-seeking, they use many technological advancements to make sure that the data is accurate and that it is something that they can analyze towards whatever their objectives are. And I want to understand from Dr. Tanveer and Kinza and both of you is how are you looking at technology? You, Dr. Tanveer, explained a little bit about what the Marvis are doing and how the tablets are being used and how they... But taking on the private sector lens and seeing the advancement on technology, data collection and analysis and quality, what is it that you're doing? And then what do you think is the future of it? Dr. Tanveer, over to you.
Thank you, Shazina, again. नहीं, इसमें ज़्यादातर मैं क्योंकि डाटा जो हैंड्स में हो रहा है, जितनी इवोल्यूशन ऑफ डाटा मैनेजमेंट एंड डिजिटलाइजेशन, वो थोड़ा सा मैंने पहले भी बताया था, लेकिन इम्पॉर्टेंट यही है जहाँ एआई का इस्तेमाल, यस वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट, और एआई का भी इस्तेमाल जब होगा कि जब डाटा जो है वो एमआईएस पे आएगा तो उसको एनालाइज करने में एआई ज़्यादा सपोर्ट कर सकता है. उस पर भी यकीनन काम हो रहा है और इस पे होना चाहिए. सवाल ये कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जैसा आपने कहा कि फार्मास्यूटिकल है, फार्मेसीज़ हैं, प्राइवेट क्लिनिक्स एंड प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स और आर कीपिंग सम काइंड ऑफ द डाटा. और अब उसमें वहाँ पर भी कंप्यूटराइजेशन तो आ चुकी है. बड़े हॉस्पिटल्स की तो मैंडेटरी हो गया है कि कंप्यूटराइजेशन के बगैर नहीं चीज़ें चल रही. पंजाब बड़ा अच्छा मॉडल है डाटा मैनेजमेंट के हवाले से, पब्लिक सेक्टर डाटा मैनेजमेंट. वेरी रिसेंटली मुझे मौका मिला, मैं शेयर भी करूँगा कि बहुत ही खुशाइन बात भी है और सक्सेस स्टोरी भी है. पंजाब कंपैरेटिवली सिंध से डिजिटलाइजेशन में कोई एटलीस्ट 7-8 साल फॉरवर्ड है, एडवांस है बहुत. मैं क्योंकि कई डिपार्टमेंट के इनसाइट देख रहा हूँ, हेल्थ सेक्टर और एजुकेशन सेक्टर जो दो हमारे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट सोशल सेक्टर, वहाँ पे हमने देखा कि उसको किस तरह उन्होंने प्रायोरिटाइज़ किया है. ये फ़िलहाल लेकिन वो पब्लिक सेक्टर तक ही लिमिटेड हैं. यस, वहाँ का हेल्थ कमीशन भी जो है वो काफ़ी स्ट्रेंथन हो गया और कैपेसिटेड हो गया है और प्राइवेट सेक्टर को फोकस करें. लेकिन पंजाब में जो सक्सेस स्टोरी वो ये है कि 20,000 ऑफ देयर हेल्थ फैसिलिटी आर पेपरलेस नाउ. ये बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस है उनकी, और ये मैं इनसाइट देख के आ रहा हूँ. मैंने उनके डाटा सेंटर देखे हैं, उनकी डाटा मैनेजमेंट देखी है, उनकी डाटा एनालिसिस देखी. हाँ, अभी क्वालिटी ऑफ डाटा ज़ाहिर है कि क्वेश्चनेबल है उसको ग्रेजुअली, लेकिन उस पर जब अभी भी डाटा इस काबिल है कि आप उसमें एनालाइज करके बहुत सारे आप रिजल्ट्स निकाल सकते हैं, आप उसमें देख सकते हैं, उसके वेरिएंस को देख सकते हैं, और बहुत ज़्यादा ओपन भी हैं पंजाब में. जो पंजाब का जो डाटा सेंटर है ख़ासतौर पे हेल्थ का मैं बात करूँ, सिमिलरली एजुकेशन का. तो अब उसके बाद उन्होंने इम्यूनाइजेशन के लिहाज से उन्होंने प्राइवेट सेक्टर का डाटा हैच करना शुरू कर दिया इम्यूनाइजेशन के लिहाज से. तो ये बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है. अब दूसरी जो बात हम कह रहे हैं कि फार्मास्यूटिकल और फार्मेसीज़, वो खासा एक डिस्टेंस चैलेंज है जो कि होना चाहिए ग्रेजुअली एंड स्लोली. अब जब और इसमें हमें ये पता चल रहा है कि FBR पाकिस्तान में डिजिटलाइजेशन में सबसे आगे है. तो FBR जो है ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम मुख्तलिफ इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लगा रहा है, तो वो उनको डाटा देना पड़ता है। मसलन टोबैको पे अब इन्होंने इस साल लगा दिया है इंडस्ट्री, बाकी इंडस्ट्री जो है चाहे वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की जितनी इंडस्ट्री, सब पे FBR का डाटा इंटीग्रेट हो चुका है। इंपोर्ट का डाटा इंटीग्रेट हो गया है FBR का, जो हर चीज़ जो इंपोर्ट हो रही है वो FBR नोज के क्या इंपोर्ट हो रहा है। और सिमिलरली हमारी जो बैंकिंग सिस्टम है, फाइनेंशियल इज़ वेरी वेल इंटीग्रेटेड, हर चीज़ इन एंड आउट हो रही है, जो वो डाटा तो जा रहा है। तो उस किस्म के डाटा को भी एनालाइज, सेपरेटली एनालाइज करने की ज़रूरत है। उससे जब हम अपने कंक्लूजन बना सकते हैं कि हमारा प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कमोडिटीज़ की सेल और कमोडिटीज़ इंपोर्ट्स किस तरह हो रही है, उसकी यूटिलाइजेशन मंथली, एनुअली, डेली बेसिस पे क्या हो रही है, उसमें मुख्तलिफ वेरिएंस हम निकाल के उसके कर सकते हैं। लेकिन यस, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैज़ टू डू इट, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को इसमें इंगेज करना चाहिए। डिपार्टमेंट की अपनी लिमिटेशन है, तो यूनिवर्सिटी ज़रूर इसमें काम करें। और इस किस्म के रिसर्च डाटा के लिए ज़ाहिर है कि फंडिंग भी अवेलेबल है दुनिया में इस वक्त, जो इस किस्म की डेटा एनालिसिस हो रेगुलरली और उसको फीड किया जाए अपनी इम्प्रूवमेंट के लिए, जो हमारे FP 2030 के टारगेट्स हैं उसके लिए फीड किया जाए, रेगुलरली बेस पे फीड किया जाए। अचानक हमें किसी नेशनल सर्वे से या हमें सेंसस से ना पता चले कि हमारी पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट क्या होगी। तो इसी तरह CPR क्या है, इसी तरह अनमेट नीड क्या है, इसी तरह न्यू यूज़र्स जो हैं वो कितने हो गए हैं या हो रहे हैं, जो हमारा FP 2030 का टारगेट है कि हम कहाँ पे कितने खड़े हैं। तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर का डेटा भी हैच करके उसमें उसको एक ऑफकोर्स इसकी इंटीग्रेशन होनी चाहिए।
So my response to this question would be that yes, I agree that the future itself is digital. There is no avoiding it. But the things that I would, the point take that I would talk about is that हमारा पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो डिजिटल हेल्थ इकोसिस्टम है वो अभी भी इट्स वेरी मच इन इट्स इन्फेंसी एंड for us to build more electronic health records, for us to create like nationwide paperless systems, we need to have a very, very strong foundation within our digital health ecosystem. And that is only going to happen through addressing the key barriers that we currently have, and which I also consistently face in my work. So that is the issue of cost, the issue of digital literacy, and the issue of infrastructural barriers. So again, internet, power, all even water, all of the things that we are encountering within our target demographics, the areas that they live in, they are very, very much under resource constraint. They are very low tech, and जितने भी systems हम बना ले, जितने भी adaptable our hybrid digital platforms हम उनको दे दें, we cannot solve that basic element, which is that they are in a very, very low resource environment. And for us to strengthen our operations themselves, that would require us to build on the infrastructural limitations that we have. And secondly is also digital literacy. So we have a high population of LSWs that I think every single one of our organizations utilizes. We have that model. And for VPT in particular, I'm not sure about everyone else, but what we do is we go into the same communities and then we hire those same women, right? So उन लोगों की capacity बढ़ानी हो in terms of digital literacy, that is something that we need to integrate into also our education systems, right? So वो दोनों चीज़ें एक साथ लेके चलनी है. So that is my perspective.
Thank you, Ashar.
Okay. I'm just adding on to what Kinza and Dr. had said. I'll go back to, I mean, we do have, I'll just object to what he said about digital literacy. It's not up to the standard, but it's there because why people actually, if you look at the digitization or access to digital, people, if they want to, when there's a will, there's a way. you see, people do not know even how to download an app, but they know how to use TikTok. So, Allah ka shukar hai, Pakistani mind is quite smart compared to some other countries. I've seen that Pakistani jo hai, jugadi kaam kar lete hain kuch na kuch. Sorry, I'm going into a little informal language, but yahan pe ye hai ki, again, what I would say is that the most important thing is that the will of government should be there. Anything that you want to do, even with the digitization of data or the integration of databases, the government should actually step in also. Should be somewhere in the policy that yes, all the health records should be digitized. We do, I know quite a few companies sitting in Islamabad, they're digitizing data of health records in the US. The BDOs, I mean DPL and all these companies, they're actually digitizing data for US clinics or US hospitals here sitting in Pakistan. Same is that we're actually working as a PSI with a company, a private company by the name of Healthwire in Lahore. They're actually working on digitization of clinical data in Punjab. And Punjab Healthcare Commission also has taken that bold step of having all the quacks and clinics and all. They've asked them that they should have all the data digitized by, I don't remember the exact date that they gave them a mandate for. But then again, there are private sector entities who are actually working for the digitization of data. But what we need to do is we need to work with them and somehow, because without money, nothing is possible. I mean, if you don't finance these entities, nobody's going to work for charity. Agreed. So we have to find ways कि किसी ना किसी तरह through our projects or through the donors, we somehow promote these initiatives. And there are a lot of companies, जैसे मैंने अभी पहले भी बात की about not having the information or research work done. There are companies who are doing excellent work, like Dr. Saab is sitting right there. RADS, I know, is doing a lot of work on family planning and health-related initiatives. His work can be used and to see what are the trends, like I mentioned earlier, about pre and post natural calamities. What are the trends? What are the effects? And use that information and pitch it to the government for readiness, for response and resilience. And nothing is possible. It cannot be done if something is on paper. It has to be somehow digitized so the information on real-time basis, and timeliness and availability of information is something which is really important. And that's not possible without the digitization aspect into it.
That's a really good point. So digitization is definitely important, and we have to make sure that we are connecting to the right people and we have the right resources for it, right?
It's possible. It's possible, and it can be done.
That is the future, yeah. Usman?
Sure. Adding to what Asher said, I can share our experience under the DAFPAC project that we are implementing through RSP and Enhance. So initially, when we started the project in December 2017, till now, in 2024 mid, we were collecting the data from the field on the hard forms and files and registers. But now, when there is a will, there is a way, we have started digitizing the data, all the old data and the new ones, the new users who are coming in the field through the community mobilization work. But there are challenges, as all the panelists have shared, the internet connectivity issues, of course the capacity building of the community workers, but there is no other option other than digitizing the data. So we should do that.
Thank you, Usman. So before I hand over to Dr. Tanveer, I think what is clear is that if we take this panel to represent not the government, but the non-government, not purely private sector, we can see that there has been progress in collecting quality data, analyzing it, projecting from it, whatever, but there are very big gaps there. And one of the things that we are talking about is climate change and looking at what are the indicators that we really need to focus on to be able to track and understand where is the need, how do you build up that resilience, how are you ready rather than just reacting to a situation. These organizations have digitalized their data to an extent. How can we improve on it, right? And again, as Ashar pointed out, previous session that we had on data, which had 6 papers in it, it was very revealing on how data can be useful in family planning and reproductive health specifically to improve the health of the women. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Tanveer to sum up, please, and to give us his final comments.
Thank you once again. We started from the challenges, and the 3, if I group all the challenges narrated by all the 4 panelists here. तो one was the male involvement, जो हम बहुत ज़्यादा बातें, उस्मान ने इसे बहुत ज़्यादा बोला और बहुत ही अच्छा भी बोला कि ज़ाहिर है कि बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है. आमतौर पे प्रोजेक्ट जो है इग्नोर कर देते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी एंड समथिंग, लेकिन हम सेवरल रिसर्चेज हैज प्रूव के विदाउट मेल एंगेजमेंट इट्स नॉट for taking forward family planning agenda is not possible. So there is no agreement on it. We need to really address this issue. And approaches could be हो सकती है. Cause is not necessary. Because when hands work with the male community-based organization persons, और वहाँ से इंगेजमेंट होती है. बाद लोग प्रोवाइडर्स भी चाहते हैं कि मेल इंगेज हो, बाद लोग चाहते हैं कि वॉलंटियर्स इंगेज हो. तो वो किसी न किसी सूरत में मेल इंगेजमेंट हो ताकि बोथ स्पाउसेस हैज़ टू बी इंगेज इन दिस taking family planning and talking to the on family planning in their bedrooms and homes. Similarly, जो बड़ा एजेंडा था हमारा जो challenges में वो डिजिटलाइजेशन का था. Everyone agreed upon it that, and we know that without digitalization we cannot proceed. Cost efficiency भी initially it require cost, but cost efficiency भी इसी में है कि हम digitalization करें और transparency और real time reporting और quality reporting और quality data और dashboards और integration analysis सब जब भी possible है जब हम integration करें of data not only of the within the organizations, private organization but also private and public organization. बहुत important है कि private public organization जब तक हम हमारे पास कोविड की वाहिद एग्जांपल है जहां प्राइवेट लैब्स जो है वो पब्लिक को डेटा सिस्टम शेयर कर रही थी और इंटीग्रेशन था उनके लैब्स का, लैब रिपोर्टिंग का, और कुछ अभी भी हैं लेकिन टू लार्ज स्केल अब इंटीग्रेशन नहीं है. इवन विद इन द पब्लिक सेक्टर डेटा कलेक्शन इज़ अ वेरी वीक. लेकिन जैसे मैंने बताया भी कि पंजाब इज़ वेरी एडवांस इन दिस केस. Already making BHUs, RSCs and Tehsil headquarters, district headquarters paperless is amazing challenge which they have taken. और इसमें cost efficiency और corruption decrease इस तरह होता है कि वो inventory is linked with this integrated data. एक मेडिसिन जा रही है एक पेशेंट के ऊपर तो नज़र आ रहा है कि इन्वेंट्री आउट हो रही है, इन्वेंट्री से आउटपुट जा रहे हैं और वो पेशेंट को मिल रहे हैं. तो इसमें ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी ज़ाहिर है कि बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ती है और कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी बढ़ती है. लोग समझते हैं कि ये कॉस्टली मैटर है लेकिन एट द एंड इट इज़ वेरी कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट. Climate has effect a lot on Pakistan. We are contributing only less than 1% to the carbon emission, but we are in top 10 countries, most affected top 10 and vulnerable countries of the climate, and climate is affecting every part of the life. It's not only livelihood, agriculture is it's health as well, it's reproductive health as well. We have seen कि खास तौर पे फ्लड में और दूसरे जो हीट वेव्स में फॉर एग्जांपल रिसर्चेस भी आ गई हैं अब तो कि किस तरह वुमेन हेल्थ के ऊपर और मैन हेल्थ के ऊपर इस हीट वेव्स ने असर किया. खास तौर पे प्रेग्नेंट लैक्टेटिंग वुमेन की हम बात करें तो डिज़ास्टर्स इफेक्ट है. और ज़ाहिर है कि हाई मोर्टेलिटी और हाई मॉर्बिडिटी के वन ऑफ द रीजंस इज नाउ द क्लाइमेट एंड इन आवर केस इट इज़ हीट वेव्स एंड द अदर डिज़ास्टर. तो वी नीड टू रियली वर्क ऑन एंटिसिपेशन. एक तो प्रिपरेटरी बहुत अच्छा कहा आशिर ने बार बार रिपीट किया कि वी आर नॉट रेडी फॉर द एनी काइंड ऑफ द क्लाइमेट. तो क्लाइमेट में अब जो पूरी जो थ्योरी है वो चेंज हो चुकी है। पहले हम रिस्पांस की बातें करते थे, अब एंटिसिपेशन की बात करते हैं, प्रिपरेशन की बात करते हैं, और नाउ ऑल द डोनर एजेंसीज आर बाउंड टू 50% of their funding on the anticipatory support, anticipatory or preparatory funding, not only response funding. तो ये इस अपॉर्चुनिटी से हम सबको फ़ायदा उठाना चाहिए, प्राइवेट एंड पब्लिक सेक्टर को, कि वो एंटिसिपेटरी प्रिपरेशन पे ज़्यादा जाएं, बजाय कि वो रिस्पांस की से बातें करें। जो हमारे यहाँ एट दी एंड जो है वुमेन और चाइल्ड हेल्थ के हवाले से खासा इम्प्रूवमेंट लाएगा, और जो मॉर्बिडिटी और मोर्टेलिटी हमने अभी देखी है इन डिज़ास्टर में, वो हम ना देखें। सो दिस इज़ ऑल फ्रॉम माई साइड। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई रियली अप्रिशिएट ऑल द पैनलिस्ट सिटिंग हियर, स्पेशली शाजीना टू मॉडरेट इट, एंड वेरी वेल थैंक यू ऑडियंस पेशेंटली। अब आपने 3 बजे भी इतना अच्छा क्राउड हमारे पास है, और ये दिस इज़ रियली अप्रिसिएशन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much. On the dot.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. जो ख़वातीनो हजरात पैप के ऑफिशियल रजिस्टर्ड मेंबर्स हैं, उनसे गुजारिश है कि प्लीज ऑडिटोरियम में ही रहिए. द नॉन मेंबर्स आर रिक्वेस्टेड, the tea is served, you are requested to please proceed to the tea break. If you are not a PAP member. Ji? I can't understand you. तमाम पैप मेंबर से दरख्वास्त है कि प्लीज अपनी अपनी नशिस्तों पर तशरीफ रखिए। छोड़ दें ऐसे करके जी। अभी चीफ गेस्ट तो आने निकल पड़े ना, नहीं उनको आने दें, चाय पे लेके जाए। हम 4 बजे क्लोजिंग शुरू करें। सर मैंने रिकमेंडेशन फाइनल कर दी, 4 बजे क्लोजिंग होगी। ऐसे रख देते हैं। हाउस दिस बेटर बेटर नहीं, ऑफ ही है ये तो, ये ओपन है ये वाला। बेटर नहीं, ये जी तो आप इधर खड़े हो, आप इधर ऐसे खड़े हो, आप ऐसे। मैंने सेशन नहीं करवाया, मैं आप नहीं, आप ऐसे निकल देखे ना। वो बैनर ओ सारा हमारा पोज बर्बाद कर दिया आपने। थैंक यू। फिर इधर आए किधर? अच्छा आप ये काम उस तरफ करें, मैं इस तरफ, और ऐसे पीछे उस तरफ लीन करना, ऐसे नहीं तरफ हो गया। अब आप मेरे से अब खींचे जी, डन। ओह मुझे भूल गया, इलेक्शन अनाउंसमेंट है। मैंने ऐसे कहा था, मैंने कहा मुझे भूल गया रिजल्ट अनाउंसमेंट। सर अभी नहीं आए। I would like to request the chairperson of the election committee, Dr. Ghulam Muhammad Arif, to please come to the stage and announce the election results, sir. Sir, over to you.
डॉक्टर नौशीन और डॉक्टर तौसीफ आएंगे ऊपर या उधर? ठीक है, आएंगे यहाँ, ठीक है। ठीक है।
Hello, hello. Check test. Hello, hello. Testing. Hello, hello.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am pleased to announce the election results for the PAP office bearers elected by the members of PAP to serve PAP for the next 2 years. EC consisted of 3 members, Dr. Nausheen Mahmood, Dr. Tausif Ahmed, and myself, GM Arif. Committee has several meetings to start the election process and monitor it and also compile the results last night. The committee followed the PAP rules and regulations for the election process, and we set 2 or 3 you can say conditions are following the procedure and rules earlier. First one was that the candidate must be nominated by 3 or more PAP members. And second was that the candidate must accept the nomination. This acceptance is through the telephonic process. We call them and get their acceptance that they are willing to contest the election. Then the procedure, or you can say tradition of PAP is to have the last date on the first day of the conference. But this time we have to extend the conference from November to December. So the election date, usually we give 1 month's time, but this time because of this postponement of conference, we extended the time until the last session yesterday. There are 3 possible ways to vote. First was the online, and second was through email, and third was the box earlier in Islamabad, and then we moved to here that anybody can vote their cast through the putting their ballot paper in the box. 91% of casted vote, although the casted vote are very small in number, they were through the online. And hardly 10 vote, which we counted last night, they were in the box, but mostly you can say the 91% vote were people choose to use this electronic way. Now, coming to the result, total active PAP members are 443, and vote we received total, they are 114. It is 25.7 or 26%. Almost similar what we have been seen during last elections, that 115, 16, 20, these people, they cast their vote. And turnout is, as I said, it is 26% around. And on the result sheet, all three members, they have signed, they were part of the counting, everything, so we have 30. I now start with the Executive Council. Executive Council, we have 6 members to be elected, and there was 9 candidates. So I will give you the vote casted to each. One more thing I must say, that the voter sometimes they have left some columns blank. For example, if we ask them to give to 6 people as a vote for their EC member, some people even have given only to 1 person, and they have no choice for next 5 people. These are small in number, but there are few people they have not voted for all positions, or you can say the all 6 members particularly. Dr. Lubna Naz, she secured 83 votes. Dr. Adnan Khan, he scored 72. These are elected members. Yeah. Ms. Rabia Zafar from NIPS, she secured 69. She has been elected. Ms. Iram Kamran, she is, I think, Population Council? Yes. Iram Kamran, she secured 63 votes, and she has been elected. And 5th, our EC member is Mr. Ayazuddin. I think he is in Bureau of Statistics. And he secured 58 votes, and he has been elected. And last elected member is Ms. Memuna Qazi. She secured 57 votes. She is in LSE? LSE, yeah. Interestingly, the next 3 votes are very close to this last. Memuna Qazi has 57. Next is Dr. Sanam Wagma Khatak, who was here, I think, this morning also. She secured 55 votes, difference of 2 votes. And Mehnur Fatma, she secured 53 votes. And Miss Maida Umar, she scored 52 votes, 53, 52, 55. And the last winner, you can say, our elected person, secured 57. So these are the EC members. Treasurer, Badrul Islam Saab was already elected unopposed. Enough. Now, to the main positions, Joint Secretary. Elected Joint Secretary is Dr. Agha Zahir Gul.
see listed out that we held today during the first half of the day. Dr. Nasra Shah, please take the podium to share the recommendations and a recap of the conference from the last 2 days.
Very invigorating and busy days that we've had. Looking at the 25th Population Association of Pakistan meeting. So just a quick recap. Yesterday, in our opening session, we talked about the first plenary talked about Pakistan at 2050. And then this discussion was again revisited in the evening with a dinner invitation by Population Council, where Dr. Ishrat Hussain and Dr. Kaisar Bengali were present, and we had a very active discussion that went on till 10 o'clock. Started at about 8 for 2 hours. We were there, and then this next we had another plenary where there are 5 population research centers that have been set up with UNFPA funding and collaboration. We then listened to the directors of the 5 PRCs in terms of their achievements and plans and so on. Then there was an interesting session in the afternoon titled Flip the Family Planning, a Call to Action. And we had some very interesting, different kind of ideas from that, some of which the recommendations I'll present shortly. Then today, we had the more technical sessions. We had 6 of them on a variety of topics, which are in the program. And I'm not going to, those of you who want to take another, go back, and if you were not here yesterday and are interested, please take a look at all our discussions. So what I'm going to do right now is go straight to the key recommendations from the 25th Annual Population Research Conference of the Association. To begin with, achieving the CCI targets of fertility decline is necessary and an urgent requirement for most of the development outcomes, including the SDGs. Improved political and policy commitment needs to be tangibly demonstrated by improved resource allocation and prioritization at all levels of government. Not just education, not just family planning department, not just health, and we emphasize all levels of government. Rural structural transformation is critical for reducing poverty and income inequality. Structural transformation in 3 sectors of economy, namely agriculture, manufacturing, and services, coupled with achieving CCI goals, can play an important role in the economic development of the country. Thirdly, NFC should be given more weights. NSC should give more weights to multiple other factors that lead to disparities in combination. I mean, the population can remain as one of them, but other factors that lead to disparities must be debated, and a better consensus on a more equitable and fair distribution should be achieved. efforts to reduce population growth rates must be coupled with investment in human capital, particularly ensuring the universal school enrollment by 2028. Then, if fertility continues to decline at the current pace, the working age population will reach 273 million, which translates to an increase from 1.5 million additional jobs needed currently to create 2.6 million additional jobs annually by 2050 to accommodate this increasing large labor force. Investment in female education, accompanied by the provision of meaningful employment opportunities, is critical for fertility reduction and socioeconomic development of the country. Women's empowerment and gender transformation requires a strong application of intersectional thinking and more meaningful approaches for gender mainstreaming at all levels. There's a need for ongoing support and technical assistance for enhancing population research centers' research influence on policymakers through actionable policy briefs, on practitioners through socialization and uptake of results to inform practice and service, on researchers through identification of priority research areas and research questions. There's also a need for incentives for greater ownership of key staff to support the institutionalization of the PRCs at local institutions. There's also a need to invest in improved collaboration, thought leadership, and standardization of research methods and metrics across provinces to improve comparability of results and horizontal learning. Support is also needed for greater visibility of PRC efforts and outputs, and the important role of PAP, the Population Association, for supporting enhanced knowledge and management and dissemination. Investment in an improved capacity and critical mass of researchers through continuous capacity building through diploma offerings on multidisciplinary research methods is essential, since existing curricula are not capable of supporting the full breadth of population research. In the plenary on the new call to action, the recommendations were as follows. Reframe the narratives around masculinity to be about responsible parenthood, protection of child rights, and hence fewer children, and disconnect notions of virility from number of children. Reframe virility as being linked to fewer children instead by responsible fatherhood. Frame family planning as a common sense idea rather than a religious issue. Reinforce and enhance individual autonomy for everyone, supporting population stabilization through achievement of replacement fertility. We must go a step further from paternalistic narratives of healthy timing and spacing of pregnancy, which present fertility as a personal or individual issue, and adopt framing which presents fertility as a salient social issue and a societal issue. Framing of the narratives should use language and nuances that young people respond to, particularly on social media, which is now a very important tool for change. And framing that they use in everyday lives rather than conventional paternalistic suggestions from older and wiser people. Then, regarding migration and brain drain from Pakistan, there's an assumption that there are more than 800,000 people migrating every year, and this is considered as brain drain without understanding that only about less than 10% of migrants are highly qualified and highly skilled, while the rest are all mainly unskilled workers with laborers and drivers being the largest categories. It was recommended that a deeper look should be taken at the definition of the concept of brain drain and the current measurements that lead to evidence for or against this phenomenon. It should not be forgotten that another side of this argument is that emigration from the country is a benefit in terms of remittances and may also bring positive consequences or brain gain in the shape of new skills that are learned and brought back. This also needs to be better understood and documented. Finally, a range of innovative tools and methods are available for data-driven decision-making, and these should be assessed for generalizability, reliability, and validity, including for cross-cultural validation to informed decision-making. Investments are needed to support automating analysis to utilize existing data that are available but underutilized. With those few recommendations, let me stop and hand it back to our Secretary General.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As you can imagine, going through 2 days of very intense and very deep conversations on these topics, to extract these recommendations can be quite a heavy lift, particularly given the time frame that we do it in. So I do want to give a shout out and acknowledge the very hard work that's been put in by volunteers from IBA, the students who've done note-taking. I think some of them are sitting there right now, typing away very rapidly. And they have been taking those notes and uploading so that we could have a look at those detailed narratives and extract these recommendations. Of course, we will be circulating these in, with a wider scope of readership as we move forward. And I'm grateful to Dr. Nasra for working with the Executive Council on the fly to get these recommendations out as quickly as possible. And we're very grateful to our honored chief guest to be here. Sir, I would like to let you know that as part of the conference, we had put out a call for abstracts and primary original research. We received 143 abstracts this year, out of which 24 were selected through a blinded review process for oral presentations in 6 concurrent technical sessions, as you can see, on different themes that gave rise to these recommendations. In addition to those, we selected an additional 32 studies that were presented as posters at the conference. You might have seen them around the hall that we had. Now, as part of this year's conference, we also requested a lot of our senior researchers to review these posters and evaluate them for quality, for rigor, for relevance to the conference, as well as quality of the poster itself. And based on that review process, we have compiled a set of 3 winners that qualify for the first, second, and third prize, and I would like to announce these winners now. I hope they are in the room. Can I please have Ahmed? Is Ahmed there? Yes. Can I please have the names and the details that are with you for these so we can, and if you can give an exciting drum roll on the side, that would be welcome. Mujhe dijiye laake. So we are very happy to announce that the third prize for the best poster presentation goes to Ms. Nasbiha Fatima for her poster titled Empowering Vulnerable Communities, a Holistic Approach to Healthcare and Family Planning, in the aftermath of the 2022 monsoon floods in Pakistan. Is Dr. Nasbiha here? Yes, I see some of her colleagues. Please come to the stage and accept on her behalf. Tahir Saab. Oh, right there, ma'am. Our second prize winner is Mr. Junaidur Rahman Siddiqui for his poster titled Impact of the Challenge Initiative, High Impact Interventions on LARC, Long-Acting and Reversible Contraceptive Client Volumes in Public Sector Facilities across 6 districts in Punjab and Islamabad Capital Territory, Pakistan. Junaid, you have been taught how to write shorter titles, but congratulations. Please come and receive your prize. Mr. Junaidur Rahman Siddiqui. And finally, the first prize for the best poster presentation goes to Dr. Javeria Khan for her poster titled Relationship Between Sexual Autonomy and Utilization of Modern Contraceptive Among Women of Reproductive Age in Pakistan. Dr. Javeria Khan. Thank you so much. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now open up the floor for any audience reflections on the 2 days. If anyone would like to share any thoughts or reflections for the last 2 days, now is your chance before we move towards formally closing the conference for this year. This, I think, is a first. This, I think, is a first. Usually we have trouble, we have to take mics away because people have a lot to say, but I think people are tired. Gee, I'm sure they are. All right, Ji. Without further ado, I would like to move us towards our final segment of the conference. I would like to request our honored chief guest to, sir, please share your remarks as we move towards the final closing of the conference. Thank you, sir.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Congratulations on the newly elected management committee of the PAP, and thank you very much from the existing PAP for inviting me on this occasion. Next time I'll try to come in an inauguration session instead of the closing session. So that will be more energetic, and I would be looking forward to some outcomes. Unfortunately, I was not here for the last 2 days. I would like to have a copy of all the documents and all the research papers that you have gathered. Please kindly send it to me so I will be more learned about the situation and this case. I believe that the academia plays a vital role in our policy formulations. And government, as a government representative, I believe that we need to meet more often and need to collaborate more often. The job that you guys deliver requires our support as implementers in the field. So it is like until and unless we both work together, this is not going to happen one way or the other. Unfortunately, this academia and management collaboration in the civil society, civil sector of Pakistan is not very visible as compared to all other countries that I have visited in my life. Regarding the subject matter, much must have been said and much has been explained right now by your good self also regarding the population and its impact. I would like to explain that the methods, the ways of controlling population or having a population that would be very well needed for the country is subject which is your domain and not mine. But as a practitioner or as an implementer or a manager of public policy, I believe that this is one of the most important aspect in delivering any service in any country. So if I look with the prism of population, there are two prisms through which we look on the development sector if in any province or in the country. And the population is the prism through which we need to look at the service delivery and the development sector in the public service. The other one these days is the climate and its climate adaptive challenges that we faces. So with these two prisms, we are trying to now put up our development portfolio in such a fashion to make the society more resilient to these climate changes that are occurring all around us. If you look at the floods of 2022, they were the most devastating floods during the last 100 years, even far worse than 1942 and 1976. But this does not mean that they will not come again for another 100 years. They may come again in a year or two. If you look at the threat that we face through drought, that is far bigger than the threat that we face through the floods that we have expected recently. So we have to prepare ourselves in terms of, especially for the most vulnerable people all around us and the communities that are living in these areas which are prone to floods. So for example, in Sindh, there were 24 districts that were declared calamity hit in 2022 out of 30 districts during 2022 floods. These are the rain emergency floods. If I look at the Indus Basin, 2 million households, 2 million houses were destroyed in 2022. This is a huge number. Out of those, 1.4 million were fully damaged and 6.6 million were partially damaged. So we started, this is just an example to tell you that how we are coping with it and how we are coping with the situation of the poverty. The population is also the aspect we are considering, and the climate resilience subject. Building 2.1 million houses, out of those, I suppose that we will, inshallah, will build 1.6 million of them for the poorest of the poor. In any country, it's like creating a country which is bigger than 140 countries in this world. This is the largest intervention that would be ever made in this world in building houses for the poor. Right now, the largest one is of Nepal, that was after the earthquake. In 5 years, they built around 800,000 houses. We have started constructing 800,000 houses last month as we speak. 300,000 houses have been completed, and the target is of around 1.6, 1.7 million houses. So that would be making a country or building houses for a people of a population of a country which is bigger than 140 countries in this world. This is gigantic. We started with making houses, but now we are moving towards housing from houses. So it is like a social inclusion. There are 800,000 women that are the beneficiaries registered with us. 2 million people are going to open, and they have opened almost 800,000 plus so far, their bank accounts. It's like a financial inclusion. Government has decided to give them land, so they should have the ownership of that land. If you calculate the size, the value of the house and the value of the land, from zero they will be coming up to a $33,000 worth of a family household. So this is one intervention that we are trying to do. And look at the size of this intervention. We have so far gathered commitments of $2 billion worth for this subject. And we are working and executing it through an SPHF, Section 42 public sector company to deliver. If I talk about inclusion of now, so we are shifting from making the house to making the village. And we are adding the wash component to it. And wash, of course, is very much necessary in terms of the health and sanitation aspects. If I look at the number of stunted children right now we have in Sindh is 43%. So it's not the population, it's the population which is stunted. So it is far more difficult than having a population. I mean, this is like taking care of not only myself, but a guy next to me and this family also. So which is a very big and gigantic task that we are looking at. The first thing comes in is the water, the clean drinking water aspects of the issues that are involved. And of course, the sewerage goes hand in hand. If we do not treat the sewerage systems, the water goes into the river and that same water is now not drinkable at all. The next thing that we're shifting only in this project is like providing them access to electricity through solar home solutions and solar home systems. And of course, this empowerment of women and empowerment of social inclusion in the financial sector would give them leverage in terms of getting collaterals, in terms of doing their entrepreneurships or other businesses in the field. If I start talking about the healthcare sector that we're trying to do, is 1,000 days is a big project that we're implementing in terms of the healthcare for the maternal and child healthcare. For the first 1,000 days of a pregnant woman from the day of the pregnancy till the child becomes of 2 years of age. So these are certain interventions that we are doing. However, the thing is, even today, this morning, while before coming here, we had a session with the United Nations International Development Partners, who directly work with academia and NGOs, and sometimes, of course, work with us also. These are not like World Bank and Asian Development Bank only. These are like all other agencies which work with the private sector also. And what we are trying to do is bring everybody on one platform. So we shared our vision in terms of what problems we are facing with respect to the population and of the climate change, and how we are trying to mitigate that and adapt to it. And we would like to collaborate on one platform to bring everybody together. Academia, researchers, and of course data is the science, and data is the requirement right now as we face to make any decision or an informed decision-making process for any intervention in the field. So I think that we should collaborate more, and Government of Sindh is really, really happy and delighted to have you all. And whatever input you can give to us in terms of supporting the poorest of the poor, most vulnerable people, women, children, with respect to health and education, and of course housing, agriculture sector, even livestock sector, and of course we are also working on energy sector to provide electricity which is cheaper and affordable to people who are off-grid from our systems. So I am very thankful for you to invite me here, and would like to see this collaboration further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those remarks. I would like to now request Dr. Nasra to share a final vote of thanks before we move towards having a group photo with our chief guest and then closing the conference. A final vote of, you can, if you would like to come here, please. If you would like to sit there and do it, it's your call.
Okay, so there are many, many people to thank. First of all, many thanks to you, sir, for gracing this closing ceremony and for your kind words. And hopefully we can actually, the Sindh, people who are in Sindh and IBA, and people in academia can build more collaborations with the government. And more than what has been, it's traditionally, that doesn't happen much. But much more could be achieved if we build those bridges. I would like to thank each and every member of the EC for their support and their hard work. For the last 2 months, during the planning of the workshop, We've had many meetings, and everyone has been just so forthcoming with whenever we ask them, and especially our ex-presidents. We really made you guys work hard. So we gave you chairmanships, we asked you to evaluate posters, and you never said no. And so thanks a lot for that. A big round of applause for our ex-presidents. Then for everyone, Tahir Saab, thank you so much. Tahir Saab is the one who, he's the secretary, the executive secretary who keeps us going and sends us WhatsApp all the time with information, with reminders, and so thanks a lot for your work. And with Jahad Saab, who was helping him with all the arrangements. And of course, last but not least, Dr. Zahir. I mean, single-handedly, with a little bit help from the rest of us. I mean, so you've been so marvelous to work with. And so, I mean, I look forward to this great work of PAP being carried on under the new leadership. Congratulations, Dr. Mehtab Karim. And so with that, if I'm forgetting anyone, and all the audience, the presenters, the speakers.
May I add a few names? I want to really, first and foremost, acknowledge Dr. Asma Haider for facilitating this coordination and
contributing. Thank you so much, Dr. Asma.
And also Dr. Khadija Bari, who's been our point of contact for some aspects as the director of the PRC at IBA, right. Absolutely. And of course, the indomitable Ms. Neelma. She has been on WhatsApp 24 hours a day, messaging everybody and making sure that we had entry to IBA and we had our rapporteurs and we had all the other people in line and supporting the work throughout, including going and checking if they could serve tea to the guests in the auditorium yesterday, over and above what she's required to do.
Right.
And then finally, I really do want to acknowledge the very hard work put in by the volunteer rapporteurs and note takers, as well as the volunteer ushers and the registration desk and others who have been engaged in helping us facilitate and help guests navigate the 2 days of the conference.
Thank you. And if we are forgetting anyone, please forgive us. But we appreciate the work of each and every one who's helped make this, I think it's been a success, hopefully. So thank you very much. And with that, I think we can close this session. And thanks, and we look forward to the next. We have this every year. So it's an annual conference, so we look forward to the next one and an even better one. Thank you.
With your permission, Madam President, I do want to acknowledge all the directors for the provincial population research centers who traveled to Karachi from Peshawar, from Lahore, from Islamabad, from Quetta to be a part of this conversation as well. And of course, last but not least, our photographer who's been clicking away for the last 2 days, and our IT staff who's been helping us keep the show going and everything is in place. Yes, there is my friend there. So these as well.
Okay, and a special thanks to Simi Ashfaq.
Simi Ashfaq, our former VP and founding member. And ladies and gentlemen, and finally, on behalf of all of us, I do want to thank Dr. Nasra Shah, President PAP, for her energy and her inspiration and her patience in dealing with a lot of things. Yes. And with that, sir, with your permission, if you'll grace the occasion with a group photo with all of us right here on the stage, that would be really nice. Thank you so much. Please.